And all the teams in the back, we're grateful to have them here as well. We're ready to begin. It is State Charter School Board meeting. It is 9:06 a.m. on August 8th, 2024, and we welcome you, all those who are here. What a good team. I mean, really, this is a good team. And we did yesterday introduce Mr. Clint Biesinger, who is newly appointed to our board, not yet confirmed in the Senate, but he was an active participant yesterday in our meeting, which we really appreciated and will again today as we continue through our discussions of schools, potential schools in the future. But our to me, one of the most important parts today is saying thank you to our Michelle Smith, who has served on this board, and we're so happy that she could join us. And we all recognize this is not something Michelle would like to do, but we wanted to do, and so she accommodated us. So thank you, Michelle. Let's begin with a Pledge of Allegiance, and Member Spiker will lead us.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all. All right. So Michelle, thanks for being here, and for us to have this little bit of time to say thank you to you. I have a couple of things that I would like to talk through, and Director Kramer will as well. If anyone else just wants to chime in, you're welcome to. But because I have to give credit to Marie, who wrote this beautiful statement about Michelle, and I want to read it because it's well written, and I want it to be in our minutes, what we say about Michelle, this piece, and then we'll proceed. It says, Michelle Smith has been a passionate advocate of Utah's charter schools, which we all know. There was a time in Utah's history when the law only allowed for 8 charter schools to be part of a pilot program that was never meant to continue. There was little infrastructure and no plans to continue the charter movement within the state. However, Michelle saw these challenges as an opportunity, and joined by her husband Eric and a handful of parents from Cache and Utah counties, both, they spent hours lobbying at Capitol Hill. And in 2002, they were able to get a law passed that converted, and we heard a little bit about that history yesterday when Senator Stevenson was here, but how got that law passed that converted the charter school pilot program into a full-scale charter school reality. This work laid the foundation for the establishment of permanent charter schools in our state, and we continue that today as we consider additional schools. So that legacy continues to roll forward and the process in place. But the work didn't stop there. Michelle again had a vision and was able to go to work finding ways to unite charter schools regarding the need for funding, advocacy, and lobbying. She and Eric were key founders and leaders of the Utah Association of Public Charter Schools, and again helped pass legislation leading to the establishment of the Utah State Charter School Board. And we heard some of that history yesterday also, as Senator Stevenson discussed that. Part of what has led to so much success is that Michelle truly understands the needs of schools, and she is advocating for families, I'll add, for children, for opportunities, for choice. She's been in the trenches, so to speak. She was a key founder of Timpanogos Academy, Carl G. Mazer Preparatory Academy, Freedom Preparatory Academy, and Summit Academy. Michelle's been busy. I don't know what you're going to do with all your time, Michelle. You'll still be doing those very same things, I think. She also continues to share her time and talents in assisting the founders of many other Utah charter schools, including Odyssey Charter School, Lincoln Academy, Mountainville Academy, and Noah Webster Academy. So she hasn't given up completely, and won't, we know. She truly leaves behind an incredible charter legacy as we celebrate 137 from a pilot of 5 before, Michelle. And we suspect maybe some that we see opportunity for through this process these days. 137 public charter schools throughout the state, and continue to hear from new charter proposal groups at this month's board meeting, yesterday and today. We are stronger and better today because Michelle Smith has had influence here. We look forward to seeing what great adventures she takes in the future. So Michelle, thank you for allowing us this little opportunity, and our heartfelt thanks for your service, particularly on this board, but in the charter world as a whole, in the state of Utah. That work has happened much because of your dedicated work. And you, if you know Michelle, you know, though lots of fun and lots of interest she has when she knows what needs to be done, and she has a strong vision and works hard towards that end. And we always appreciated that of you, Michelle. Director Kramer, would you like to?
Just a few things.
All right, and then I'll say one more a little bit after that.
We recognize that you are a bold leader that'll leave behind a legacy. But one thing that board and staff also acknowledge is just your tremendous support. As an authorizer, we've refashioned ourselves to be a supportive authorizer, and that's because of the model that you give to us. When I first started in October, you were one of the first to provide support in words of affirmation. Both personally and publicly, you would say, "You're doing a good job, keep it up, we're happy to have your leadership." And it is that type of affirmation that then I can affirm our staff and the great work that our board has done. So when I mentioned legacy, I just wanted to take a brief moment to talk about a legacy moment that you had with our board. We know that you've gotten exponentially more busy in the last few months with some family and some other types of obligations. But I had to make a phone call to you one day just to be like, "Michelle, will you be there first? Because we know that you've gotten busy." But then I think also inside I knew that I needed some of that affirmation and some of that support from one of our board members. And you took my call, and I started off by saying, "Will you be there?" Right? Just kind of like yeah, it's going to be hard and things like that. And I went on to explain that we weren't stuck, but we were slowed a little bit on moving out of USBE building here, right? And that effort, which was a board effort, was kind of slowed. And you listened, and you talked through the issue, and at the end of me listening and getting some of the support that I needed back, you said, "I'll be there. I'll be there in the morning. We can figure out how to get me in there and into the meeting for what I view as being a really important vote and something that's really meaningful." And so I think that is an example of the legacy that you leave behind, is even a legacy vote, where you were the one that called the motion, and you were the one that kind of led the group towards, let's move forward, let's forge forward. Even if we don't know what the future looks like, we're going to move forward with a motion like this. So a heartfelt thanks from everyone that has served with you in the past, serves with you now, and we will continue to work with you. We know that in one way or another. So thank you from all of us for your work.
Thanks, Michelle. All right, now I'm going to talk about something that has nothing to do with Charter School Board with Michelle. So, as we've gotten to know Michelle too, one of the things that I most think about, and I have several pictures to verify on my phone, Michelle has the most amazing shoes. And she monkeys and bananas and all kinds of different things that Michelle has done that just for fun, she'd say, "Okay, look at the one today." And she did it often to keep our meetings light and fun and to take care of us. So thinking of something of the shoes, I have a little something for Michelle. And then I'll explain.
That's a nice ribbon that would go well on a pair of shoes.
There you go. There you go. I found the right ribbon and paper. My wife would be appalled I didn't match every line. But as she does that, as Michelle looks at it, let me give you a little introduction as she's opening. You can go ahead. Go ahead. That this is, I thought of these because they're no longer produced. They've been discontinued. So they're kind of hard to find anymore. And they're a whole series, but Disney made a whole series. It's not a it's not a full-size shoe, but just to remember,
I'm not opening it, I'm just.
You've been through a lot of Christmases.
Yeah.
Disney produced a series of princess shoes, of their princess shoes. They don't make them anymore. And so they're not made, it's just a little piece. But this is their Mary Poppins shoe. And I chose that one, well, partly, they were hard to find, they're hard to get a hold of. They're rare anymore to get them. But the Mary Poppins shoe, this little Mary Poppins shoe, and I thought, what better kind of representation for Michelle than the shoe and the thinking of Mary Poppins. So though one doesn't usually quote from the P.L. Travers Mary Poppins books, I am going to today. And I thought about this quotation. I thought, I don't want to read that one, but it says, though we adore men individually, we agree as a group that they're rather stupid. So not necessarily did that represent all that we needed. That's something Mary Poppins said. But she did say these things, as Michelle's been our Mary Poppins in many ways in helping kids throughout the state and for us as well. Things like, there's a different point of view waiting if you just look up. That's a Mary Poppins. Childhood slips like sand through a sieve. And so caring about children is important, and that we need to take care of kids. When people didn't do what they needed to do, Michelle doggedly pursued it. You know, Mary Poppins would say, no, that's a pie crust promise, easily made, easily broken. So she made sure that they were solid promises. We're on the brink of adventure, she'd say. We're on the brink of adventure, children. Don't spoil it with questions. Just get going. Let's just go. Then there are some who are naysayers periodically. This from the Mr. Dawes, the banker in Mary Poppins, who said, what do you get when you feed the birds? Fat birds. He just didn't see the necessity, and the birds in Mary Poppins were a metaphor for the children and the people that she took care of, right? And he said, all you get is fat birds. So why do you do that? And she says, come feed the little birds, show them you care, and you'll be glad if you do. And that's Michelle. We're glad that you were here helping to feed the little birds, Michelle, and making sure that everything worked well, that schools could grow, that people had opportunities, and that you cared enough to take care of things. We really appreciate you, and we'll miss you, and your shoes. We'll miss both. So this little bit, and we'd like to have a picture if we can, but present to you, Michelle, on behalf of our board, an award of excellence in recognition of your years of service and dedication as a Utah State Charter School Board member, which I suspect has been 8 years? 8 years, yeah. So I'll present this to you, and if you don't mind, can we all gather together, get up and gather at some point and have a picture together? May we do that?
We could use that as the back. I don't know if we could fit here.
We can bring that out in the hallway.
We could bring it out in the hallway. Let me see a spot out here.
But I've got pictures.
I feel like we can't back up far enough for the picture always for all of us. Do you think if we do?
With our charter board logo behind us, in that corner, that would be awesome. Okay, come on, let's go over there. Team, if you want to come notice our whole.
We're gonna try to get in here by this.
Yeah, come up with us, everybody. Even if you don't want a picture, thanks for doing it anyway.
And only sometimes, only sometimes.
Take one?
What do you think?
Is that okay?
Want to use my phone?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Come in here. Cindy, come in. All right.
Yeah, okay.
In terms of the height.
And then,
Put the microphones
I'm
down.
aesthetic,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
sensitive about that. Thanks.
All of us?
Right. We'll zoom in a bit. Maybe just. All right, I'm sure I got a good one in there.
You're good.
Let's see.
If you're gonna say one or two things about her.
Yeah, please.
I've been too less effective, Michelle.
No, I'm sure that you bring so much to the table. And Marie, I'm just.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for
Run around and pick up my shoe and give Rebecca a hug.
I love the shoe thing too for her. There'd be nothing more perfect.
So beautiful.
They're so cool. I love those shoes, but they don't make them anymore. All right. Now, there may be a couple of others who want to say something since I've used my time, I think, but Cindy?
Briefly, yes,
Yeah.
I would. I want to say, Michelle, you came onto the board just before I did, and you acted as a mentor to me and were so helpful at a time when we kind of, our onboarding for our board was lacking. You were my onboarding, and I really appreciated it. And then in those first, well, really in the first year, I was going to say in those first few months, I distinctly remember after the meeting, so not before, we didn't have ex parte conversations, but we, particularly if we found ourselves on the opposite side of votes, we would call after the meeting and express respect for the other's position. And it was just such a great strengthening, sort of opening of the mind for me to have you as a colleague that I could turn to just talk through post de facto, right? What had happened and why. And so thank you for your mind, thank you for your service, thank you for your friendship, and thank you for your mentoring.
Because I was learning right along with you.
We so appreciate you. Is there anyone else? I don't want to leave anyone else if you want to say something, you can. I thought Rebecca might.
Well, I leaned to Michelle when she hugged me and I said, I will continue to quote you. And then I just kind of chuckled to myself because yesterday during one of the presentations, I thought if Michelle were here, she would say, this is an A team with a B idea, and that's better than a B idea. No, let's see, that's an A team with a B idea, which is better than a B team with an A idea. So I will still have my Michelle Smithisms to guide me.
So if we hear it today, we know where it comes
Channeling
from.
her always, right?
Yeah, we'll know where it comes from. Michelle, we wish you the best. What are you going to be doing?
I'm a temple worker, and I'm going to spend a lot of time with my grandchildren, and unfortunately, we do have some, as you know, serious health.
Yeah. And we wish you the best with those as well, Michelle. And know that you can call on any of us as you need things. We'd be glad to help too.
It's been really one of the great pleasures of my life to serve on this board and to watch the growth of charter schools in the state of Utah. It's miraculous and amazing to me. You and the heart, just the people who are operating the schools every single day that make that.
Thanks, Michelle. Thanks for enduring this little time with us this morning too and making the trip to do it. We really appreciate it.
Can we give her a round of applause?
Yeah. Thanks, Michelle.
I'm going to take this. Just a little bit worried about dropping it.
But it will sit on the shelf. Thanks. All right. Yeah. Yeah. So those are not the easy ones, but the nice thing is that we know Michelle will continue to support and be a part of the charter work in the state. And we have Clint Biesinger, who's joined us and brings a whole other set of skills and perspective, which we're very grateful for, as we saw yesterday. Yeah. Go ahead. Stephanie.
I know, that's okay. And if I may say, I just want to share a brief little story. One time I got a teaching job mid-year in January. I had moved to a new town. I didn't expect to get a job until the following fall because of the cycle, but somebody got promoted to the central office. Well, I spent 4 months in that school known as the new Pam. I wasn't Stephanie. I was the new Pam. Okay. We will not do that to you. And that you just joked about, you're the, whatever you said, the new effective Michelle. Definitely not. And so I just want to make it clear we are so excited that each of us plays such a unique role on this board. And when our time is to be here, we bring that with such passion and care. And we just are so psyched that you're here and so grateful that we had an opportunity to work with Michelle. So just wanted to share that.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks, Stephanie. All right. The charter work moves on. It continues, and we have some additional proposals to listen to today. 2 additional proposals this morning. And the first one is in another couple of minutes. We should begin with the inclusion school at about 9:30. It looks like, Wendy, you're already online, ready to go. Is there some others that we should wait for, Wendy, or are you ready for us to begin? 4 others? All right, we'll wait for a minute till 9:30, and then
None of them in person.
we'll have, are you all going to be online, Wendy? Yes. Yeah, okay. That's good. I saw your nod. I speak your language. Here we go. So we'll wait a couple of minutes. We'll just visit for a couple of minutes, and then right at 9:30, we'll ask Ms. Stephenson to begin the introduction of the inclusion school.
Chair, we might want to note that IT had mentioned yesterday that they'll need to turn on cameras. It does look like we've got maybe 6 or so that are not on camera, so I'm not sure if those are the same individuals or others. But for them to show up on our end, we need to have the cameras on.
Okay, so if you can hear my voice, and you just heard Ms. Stephenson, you have to make sure your cameras are turned on so that we can see you. There we go. Thank you. In addition, the what?
Well, you'd be able to hear most of this.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And it's done.
Yeah. Oh, she's reminding me that, Kurt, you're not necessarily with the school, but you're with all schools, all of our schools. So. But
Yeah, I'm from the Attorney General's office,
Right,
but yes.
right. We're glad to
yeah,
have you
Nicole and
here.
I are,
Yeah,
thank you.
we're
Yeah.
happy to have you here. Who does dual work. So you see, he's coming from Snow College, which he takes care of them and us, and we appreciate that, having to have a split personality, Kurt. So thanks for being both places and joining us today.
My
So,
pleasure.
Yeah.
Mhm.
All right. All right, 9:30, let's go ahead. If there are others, it looks like we have 5 others who may be with Inclusion School, possibly. If you'll turn on your cameras so we can meet you and have a discussion with you over
Yeah, I'm Dr.
online.
Susie is in the waiting room. If someone can let her in.
Yeah, we'll go make sure that that's done. Thank you. She started to say
Oh,
Dr.
and
Bowles,
she-
because she's used to saying that to me. All right.
Well, you earned it.
Yeah. So as we go. All right. Marie, why don't you go ahead and begin the discussion?
Wonderful. Thank you, Chair. All right, so I'm going to introduce you this morning to the inclusion School. As far as their technical components, the model that they have put forward is a differentiated model where they are working with post-secondary preparedness as well as advocacy for students with developmental disabilities. Sorry, it's a bit of a mouthful, but a really great model that they're putting forward. This school is seeking to locate in the Provo area, and they would be serving students in grades 9 through 12, so those high school grades. They did put a note that with the students with developmental disabilities, they would like to have that also serving those ages 13 through 22, a little bit of a higher age range, but the grades would be 9 through 12. In their proposal, they would like to start out serving 30 students and rolling up to 45 students as their max enrollment. They did put in a waiver for an enrollment preference, but did not specifically tie to any board rule for that, and we'll talk about that in a minute. And then they do have a 6-member board in their proposal. As far as our staff review, some potential portfolio enhancements that we saw. This is a very student-centered model, especially as they seek to serve students with developmental disabilities. They also were able to really articulate well how they would like to help those students learning about transition and life skills and self-determination skills, especially as those students would finish up high school and move into post-secondary life and the skills that they would need to be successful there. Another enhancement would be that with the very small school, they would be averaging about 10 students per grade, very small classes, a very personalized, focused model. Their board members have much expertise in this area with working with students with disabilities, and they were able to cite many evidence-based practices, especially around this specialized population. As far as potential support needs that staff was able to identify, there was the potential need of just the financial viability of running such a small school. 30 students, 45 students is an extremely small school, and the viability may prove to be especially difficult. And then working with a specialized population on top of that may have some additional costs there. With that as well, another support need may be just finding the right staff to be able to have the licensure to teach those high school students, that then also has that specialized focus for the students with disabilities, and being at such a small number, if they're able to compensate those individuals in a way that feels like they're able to then retain them year after year. And then the last support need that staff identified at this point was just that the requested waiver, as we looked through some of the different board rules, and also a quick conversation just with our partners here at USBE and the SPED department, we aren't sure at this point if that would be an allowable waiver. It looks like, obviously they could market to students with disabilities, but that all students would need to be able to be enrolled, and the applicant did note that in their proposal that they would enroll all students, but that they would not be able to give a preference to students with disabilities where that's not an enrollment preference that's currently allowed in the state of Utah. I've got their video queued up, so I'll play that, and then we'll turn it back to you, Chair Bowles.
Yeah.
The Inclusion School is a center for individuals with developmental disabilities, a school experience that focuses on individuality and differentiation. Inclusion is something that should be taught to all individuals that will one day have a voice in society. This framework and philosophy gives students the opportunity to prepare for college and career, and to learn about each individual's part in making society more accessible. Our board is composed of multiple types of business owners and professionals with one thing in common: they have a child or other loved one with a disability. Together, the board has discussed what our current public and private schools are missing when it comes to an adequate education for students with disabilities and how we can better help students access college post-secondary. As it currently stands, there is no college preparation school that involves the essential essence of post-high success for those with disabilities in Provo. While most schools are required under federal law to follow the guidelines of the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, there is no obligation to teach students with individualized education programs what their rights are outside of IDEA. For example, the Americans with Disabilities Act, and how that can help them when seeking employment or a higher degree after high school. What sets the Inclusion School apart is that focus of advocacy education. Advocacy education in this sense means teaching students about self-determination and their legal rights. Through the philosophy of learner-oriented teaching or student-centered learning, a philosophy that encourages students to take ownership over their learning by advocating for their preferred learning materials, styles, and pace, we're able to put bias and traditional teaching styles on the back burner and teach in a more individualized way. This aspect of differentiation is not a new teaching style, but one of the founding building blocks of special education and specially designed instruction. However, specially designed instruction is beneficial to all students. While our prediction is the majority of our student body will be students with disabilities, we hope that students without disabilities will see the value in attending our school as well. We want to ensure every student gets the same tailored educational experience as their peers under the umbrella of student-centered learning and in line with our four founding principles. By doing this, we're further creating that inclusion aspect where all students are educated in the same classroom and environment as their non-disabled peers. While not all students may come to the Inclusion School for all 4 years of their high school experience, there is a general concept and focus that has been created for each year. Freshmen will focus on the development of self-advocacy, which builds the foundation for the next 3 years. Sophomores will focus on career and business exploration by providing opportunities for internships and community outreach. Juniors hone in on college and school access, including participating in a built-in ACT prep class. Finally, seniors will have a focus of independent living and finances. A typical week at the Inclusion School for a student would look something like this. Monday through Thursday are considered the academic days, where typical classes such as language arts, mathematics, and history will take place along with electives. Fridays are our community building and outreach days, including internships and field trips. This helps us involve non-school employees into our mission and school community. A vital monthly aspect to a student's experience at the Inclusion School is person-centered planning. Person-centered planning at the high school level presents itself as a check-in system. This entails that all students will have a graduation plan at the start of their education at the Inclusion School. At this time, each qualified teacher will be assigned and responsible for meeting monthly to review and revise the plan per the student's needs and interests. At these meetings, it will be encouraged that the school director, counselor, or social worker, and board-certified behavior analysts, if applicable, be in attendance. As mentioned earlier, our fourth founding principle is social-emotional well-being. One of the guiding principles throughout the development of the Inclusion School was founded on the evidence-based practice of applied behavioral analysis, also known as ABA. With restrictions on ABA and RBTs in school, this often leaves parents with a hard choice of choosing either school or therapy. The board believes parents should not have to choose one or the other. Having this therapy easily accessible and with the implementation of a multi-tiered system of supports framework for behavior, in addition to one for academics, transition, and other special populations, we're building a strong tiered curriculum and process for teachers and administration to follow. Our mission is this: to create a school experience that focuses on individuality and differentiation, a place where academics, behavior interventions, and advocacy education finally meet. Students will be able to become part of the community, be a resource and support to others, and gain the knowledge of federal civil rights laws, creating a life of self-determination and inclusion.
Hey, thank you so much. Let me tell you our process that we'll go through for the next few minutes, that as long as we need to complete this work. We're going to ask that each of you who are here representing the Inclusion School, if you'll introduce yourselves to us and what your position is on the board as you've proposed this school. And then we have an opportunity. We've all read the application, now seen the video, and talked through some notes from our team. We will then just ask some questions or ask for clarification, prompt some ideas from the board just so that we can make a better decision. We want to make sure we ask good questions of you. So, Wendy, do you want to start by introducing yourself, and then the others from your team, if they'll do that, so we can meet you?
Sure, sounds great. Thank you so much. And Thank you, everyone, for being here today. We're very excited. This is a really important day for us. My name is Wendy Ullman. I have lived in Provo for just over 27 years. About 20 years ago, actually, we're celebrating our 20th year this year, I started a private preschool and kindergarten here in downtown Provo, and when my girls were little. And it's been a really great experience, and to be able to teach young children. As I started having more children, my 3 younger boys, we soon found out had autism. And it's been a challenging experience finding appropriate education for them. There have been lots of obstacles along the way. And as I continued my education, I began to realize that we did need a school for children with a disability, a developmental disability, and autism. And this is when the idea came about.
Thank you. Thank you. Another one. Would you mind introducing yourself?
Hi, I'm Susie Allman. I am a educator, a special educator, a special education director, a professor at UVU teaching adults with intellectual disabilities for a program called Wolverines Elevated. I'm also the program manager there as well. And I'm also a disability legal advocate. I have my bachelor's in special education and autism studies and my master's in legal studies from the University of San Diego School of Law. This is just a really special project to me. Just as Wendy was saying, we really feel that there's a need in Provo for a school, specifically a high school for soon to be adults with developmental disabilities, so that we can help them live independent lives and just excel to what we know that they can, and just move up that ceiling, so that way they can access everything that we know that they can and that they should be allowed to access.
Thank you. Thank you. Other.
I'll go next. My name is Joseph Johnson. I'm a pediatrician in Provo, and I've been here for 19 years. Susie and Wendy asked me to be on the board. I have a son who has autism as well. He's 25 now. And so I feel, I have a lot of patients that I take care of with autism as well and other special needs. And there are schools for children like that, but there are not enough of them. And so I have an interest in anything that's going to allow them to get a better education. My son went to public school, he graduated, and then he went to a school called, a post school called oh my goodness.
Scenic View.
Scenic View, thank you. Scenic View in Provo, which allowed him, he actually lives on his own and is working in a job, and it's been amazing and awesome for us to see him get to this point. But it would have been nice to have some of that type of that type of stuff available to us earlier in his life. And so when they asked me to be on the board, I thought it would be great, and I could, share the experience I have with my own son as well as my other patients that I take care of, and help this to go forward.
Thank you. Thank you. And I see just one more. Do we have just one more board member?
Sarah, I think you might be on mute.
We're not hearing your connection, but maybe somebody would just introduce her for herself. So, Susan,
I can do that.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are very, very lucky to have Sarah on our board team. She is one of the most talented special educators I've ever had the pleasure of working with. She just works so well with the students. She sees them for who they truly are. She also has 2 kids who are on the autism spectrum. And she just, oh, there we go, Sarah. I'll let
There
you
you go.
I'm back.
All right, go ahead,
My
Sarah.
mute did not let me unmute. But yeah, so I have actually 3 neurodivergent children that are all on IEPs. I have a 17-year-old with autism that just graduated actually from Spectrum. And we love the school, but it was lacking in preparing her for the next steps. That's the biggest, like she's not ready for college. She's not ready for what's after high school. So that was kind of my interest in this school, is like what happens next. And then I have my son who's coming up and he's at Spectrum, and we're going to go through the same thing, that he's just trying to find out how to help him to be prepared for what's next after high school.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you for joining us, each of you, for introducing yourselves. Now I'm going to turn to the board members and ask if any of them have questions or any clarifying statements they want to make relative to Inclusion School as we look at this proposal. Go ahead, Member Cisneros.
I really want supportive oversight, supportive authorizing, let me use the right phrase, right, to kick in here in whatever way that looks like. I agree with this board that there is a huge need, especially in the idea of how to prepare students for what's next. That's the challenge we have for all students. But I do agree that sometimes we get in a mindset that when we're talking about students who don't fit into our molds on either ends of our curve, that we don't necessarily know how to have our system support those students' needs. And we've done a really good job in alternative education for either just getting them through a system or providing for college readiness, and we seem to miss that piece on some other of our students in our state. So I truly support this idea. I have some concerns because of how the system has been set up. We work in an antiquated IDEA system that needs a complete federal overhaul, but that's an argument for another day. And I would love to see, can we lead out in this way? Can we force the issue and force the conversation and see what creative ways we can manipulate the system? I'm not advocating for breaking laws, but can we force the conversation a little bit? Having said that, we might not be there yet, right? I think Member Biesinger was saying with the AI school, like there's a thorny path ahead. So can we do a high school with this level of services with 10 students in a grade? Like, is that even possible? Can we do it with Utah Fits All supporting it? Can we do it if there's big fundraising commitments? Can we, I don't know, I would love for us to support that in exploring that. And maybe this is our first time out the gate and it's not 100%. We have Spectrum, has been hugely successful. And so now maybe we just take Spectrum and we do a pilot that takes it to the next level. I don't know, but that's where my mind's at. And Inclusion, I applaud you for even bringing your application, and I commit to doing what I can to help support you.
Yeah. This is a flip of what we usually see, as you know. So if we're talking about innovative schools, you have hit the mark and doing something that is new and innovative. But it flips what we normally do. Usually we're saying to a school, what will you do for students with IEPs? How will you include them? Because it's a regular general education, more mainstream, even though it may be a creative approach or have an interesting focus, it's not always one that, we're reminding them to include students with IEPs, disabilities into their school. And the focus is on students with disabilities. So it's unique to us. So I want to ask a question, and I have several, but I'm going to start just with this one first, that kind of what you've talked about, preparing students for the next step. We have the opportunity in federal law, so partly my question is maybe relative to what we know about state law, but we may not have state funding, I don't know, for students why you chose just through the mark or the end of 12th grade, when federally we can continue retaining kids to the age of 22. So why, what was your choice just to end at potentially 18 years old, as opposed to those additional 4 years that we often use in schools to prepare kids for life and work and time beyond the public school experience? Did you make a conscious decision just to end at that point?
So just as Marie had mentioned, we would love to have students ages 13 to 22. The reason that we cut it off at 12th grade isn't necessarily for just 18 cutoff, but to have super seniors there as well with IEPs. And I think that my personal goal, while I don't think there's anything wrong with being a super senior and not graduating at 18, I think that we can get to the point of, when you're 18, you can graduate because you have the support in high school to get there. I work with students all the time who have to do credit recovery and they're on an IEP. And I simply just don't think that that is acceptable under the federal laws, because the whole point of the IEP is to help them access the curriculum as their same age peers. So my hope is that we kind of close that gap and make it so that when they do turn 18, they can graduate because they've been able to access the curriculum.
But you by extending those super seniors, you at least have the option. So it says to me that what you're saying to me is that you are open to that for those super seniors. There's another conflict in the federal law, because we're dinged if they don't graduate at 18, but sometimes they need to stay till 22. There are just some cases where that needs to happen. And so the one federal law allows it and one federal law dings us for it. So, yeah, so that's a discussion. So what I'm hearing is you'd be amenable to super seniors. I don't know what funding happens, and that's one of the questions I think we're going to continue to talk to you about, is relative to funding. But we'll see what other board members say. I'll hold some line. Others? Yeah, Mr. Biesinger.
Thank you. If you can just allow me a few moments to speak personally. For the inclusion schools, just knowledge, I am new to this board. I've been appointed. I haven't even yet been fully gone through the process. And so I don't know, these folks well, but I will just present that my wife and I are the parents of 7 children. We have 5 children now that have graduated high school. We have an 8-year gap between our 5th and our 6th child, and we have 2 little boys that are 8 and 9. Our 8-year-old is named Will, and he was born with an undiagnosed, likely a genetic abnormality. So he is in this category. I share that because I see the world now through a parent's eyes. And, excuse me, I know, sorry, I just need to collect myself here. But I when I read this application, I want to read it as a board member, but I also read it as a parent. And I first of all just want to commend this group. I note that maybe all of you are parents, and I know that you've heard the word no when it comes to education hundreds of times. And for every dollar out there, there are $15 and $20 and maybe $50 of needs. And so I don't know how this model works financially or viability, but I appreciate Member Cisneros' comment of trying to push the boundaries. I know through friends and others that the statistics are tough too with this demographic, particularly as you go from child to young adult. As as these children's peers move on to adulthood, some of that doesn't come in the same way for this this group of folks. And statistically, they're at risk for, you know, things that include, you know, high crime and just challenges. So I don't know if I have any great questions today, other than maybe some that we can talk through, but I very much am supportive of this on a professional and personal level. And I would like to, you know, pledge support to this group and work with them to see, you know, what can this look like? Like, how can this work? You know, I'd like to support this in a way that says, you know, instead of let's scrutinize you and be another no, let's do it in a way that says, you know, what would you need to make this work? Where are the levels? And then see if, you know, there's something to be done here. You know, from a numbers perspective, I agree. If your enrollment is 40 or 50, it's a really quick discussion to say, financially, that just may not be viable. But maybe in this case, there's an opportunity to do some work and some looking there to see what would it take to make this viable, you know, because of the social need for this and the opportunity for innovation, which I think is core. So I think those are my comments.
Thank you so much. Other board members? Vice Chair Phillips, please.
First of all, I echo the sentiments of other board members in that I would like to see this school move forward in some fashion. And because this is an opportunity at this point in our process to consider the full application where you would give us more detail on some of the ideas, to me, it's a no-brainer I will be voting to see a full application. But I wanted to, and I commend you for filling this need. And I wanted to ask a couple of questions because I definitely think it would bear on the success of the full application in January with this board, if you're in fact invited, as I suspect you will be, to make that full application. And that is, there's no question there's a need. There's no question in my mind that that this school would get students. To pinpoint the enrollment issue in terms of preference, Spectrum Academy does not. If you look on their website, and you know, those of us who know the history of the school, they can only give the enrollment preferences founding board members, students of teachers or children of teachers, siblings of students currently enrolled, etc., as we know from statute. Nevertheless, they are able to enroll a very high percentage of students that were part of their original target population for the application, because word gets out, right? And it's convenient for some parents to bring all their kids to a place, school, regardless of whether siblings have the same disability learning difference as their siblings. And so it definitely will have to be something that Inclusion Charter School that's the model you'll probably have to follow, because there are certain waivers that we're not able to, the USB is not able by law to give even with public monies. But the concerns I have, so I'm not as concerned about whether or not they get the waiver. I think if they put themselves out as a specific school, people will come to that school who need that school, right? As well as some others who maybe don't need it as much but could benefit from the school's model. The thing I'm concerned about is, as has been mentioned already by board members, is your numbers. Unless literally someone is letting you have a free building, and in that case this would not apply, or some kind of an unusual arrangement for a facility, I just simply don't think that you are going to be able to provide education with the funding of just those 30 to 45 students. So I'd like you to address that. Maybe it's very possible that you have a plan that I did not perceive in the application. So that's the first thing. And I think it's nice to limit yourself to a nice number that you can manage, but there has to be a sort of level, a threshold that you meet of fixed costs and quality program that I can't see right now how this number does that. And then the only other thing, I think your board could be strengthened. You have great capacity, but by having someone with some kind of a business or background, and maybe somebody in your board does, and I just didn't pick that up, but especially because you probably are going to be needing that kind of expertise when you're looking at numbers that you have or adjusting those numbers. The other concern I have is your ABA. While I agree it would be outstanding to have that service for students within the school, the thing I have found, and a lot of people don't know the obstacles that have actually created that situation where a school does not allow a parent's chosen and hired ABA to come in, is because regardless of whichever contracted employee comes into your school, you need a certificate of liability, even if that's an OT or whoever that is, and so that the school is not responsible for non-employees, people it doesn't have insured, who may commit a crime, molest a child, I mean, heaven forbid, all these things. But the school is typically unwilling to take on the liability of contracted employees, and typically the way that's accomplished is through release time for work study or release time to go to a religious instruction or what have you. And so I'd like more information about whether or not these behavior specialists will be employees of the school whose work and expertise is available to students at the school, which is absolutely creates a kind of an insular and protected environment that reduces the risk and liability, or whether there is some kind of structure that you envision, because you bring people on campus that are not your employees to give services, and usually they need to be with another employee, and they need to have gone through your trainings for confidentiality, data student privacy, and other things, and bring in their own certificates of liability. So it does create a liability concern, an increase in risk for the school. So I would love to hear, but I love the idea of having those services available within the school day to parents and to the students, via parents or via the school. So anyway, I'd be interested, particularly my concern is that number of students and whether it's viable with your business plan, your anticipated business plan for actually, establishing this school.
Thank you. Just to start, thank you all for your words of encouragement. It means a lot to us as we've put in effort into this proposal. I love hearing all these questions about the number of students that we have put in, because it's been something that we have also been thinking about, partially concerned about, just because those numbers are so low. I don't think any of us on the board are opposed to raising that number from 30 and, therefore raising that other number of 45 higher as well. Our main focus was just that we wanted it to be student-centered, and we didn't want to have too many students in the school where they wouldn't be able to get that personally designed instruction and person-centered planning. So I don't think any of us are closed off to the idea of raising that number of 30. And I think that's definitely something that we will continue to talk about as a board if we are to move forward. As far as funding goes, again, we recognize that as we anticipate that many of our students will either come to the inclusion school with an IEP or qualify for an IEP. As you all know, obviously, we get funding from IDEA for that. While it's not a lot, that does help just a little bit. We actually do have many board members who run their own business as well. Wendy, as she mentioned, runs her own private preschool. Dr. Johnson has his own practice. And as well, Kevin, who's not able to be here with us, runs his own business as well. With the ABA, as we mentioned, that is one of the funding principles that has guided us through the proposal of the inclusion school. We see it personally in our lives. I see it professionally that ABA is needed in schools. And so my plan for it is to hire a BCBA, not contract with an outside BCBA, but actually hire a BCBA for the inclusion school. That is an expense, and we definitely recognize that as well. So I think that is another one of those challenges, if you will, that we would need to figure out. But I agree with everything that you were saying with, it's difficult when you have to contract with someone on the outside, but we do feel that ABA is very fundamental to our process in helping these students be successful post-secondary and allowing parents that lack of stress of having to choose between school and therapy, just because it shouldn't be a stress. ABA is evidence-based practice, and so it should be something that's implemented in our schools. Wendy, did you have something you wanted to say as well?
No, I agree with everything that you're saying. And I do want to say that we have no doubts about our need to get donations from people, to ask for help. I have no problem doing that. I have no problem asking. And that is how we actually Kevin became involved in this, is because that's the type of business that he runs, and is a land, I can't think what it's called now, a land title company. And there is a building that we had looked at. He's willing to go down the cost of it. And then the selling agent was willing to just donate what his percentage would be back to the school. And so that's just the beginning of it. I know that we will get support for this as soon as it gets off the ground. And like I said, we were under no illusions that we would not be asking for help. We know that going into it.
Yes, absolutely.
Just a quick follow-up, and I appreciate that context. It's very helpful, and I really, really am excited about the BCBA and kind of your model of hiring your own internal employees to provide those services. I think that's just excellent. One of the things, and I mentioned this yesterday when we were reviewing proposals, but one of the things that nationwide that research has demonstrated is that, particularly for brick and mortar buildings, if you have under 300 students, it's a struggle. And if we just look at Utah, schools we've authorized, almost invariably, the ones who have either closed themselves or have been nudged to closure by us have been operating under 300 students, because it seems to be kind of a threshold for fixed costs and good programs. Mr. Biesinger, whose expertise is finances and other creative sorts of things with finances, mentioned yesterday when we were having this discussion with another proposed school, that sometimes in those beginning years you can squeak in at 250 and manage until your enrollment rises. But it is difficult for us as a board, because of our experience historically in the state, to want to authorize a school that is below 300 as a certainly that would be planning even to be below 300 over a period of the first few years of operation, and to rely on donations as opposed to the WPU and state funding. We are not inclined, just so you are aware, and it's because of our experience of closing schools who did rely on that anticipated donation, because that's great. That's your frosting on the cake, but we're concerned about the cake. And so it ends up being very worrisome to us, even if it's, I would imagine that you wouldn't have trouble getting 300 students over the first few years of operation, because there is such a demand and need. However, you're going to need to look carefully, if you're invited to that full application, at presenting a business plan that is feasible with the WPUs and other funding sources from state and federal government that you anticipate getting with X number of students. And again, that might be tied into your lease and to some, very favorable financial agreements you can enter into as for your location. But you just need to know, we scrutinize that very, very carefully, because the majority of schools, charter schools that we have authorized that have closed because we've nudged them to closure, or because they've closed themselves because they're no longer financially feasible, have, first of all, closed because they were not financially feasible, and because they were operating under that threshold that we've talked about. And that is true in our state, and it is true nationwide. So I give you that data so that as you move into that next phase, which I anticipate you will be invited to do, that you really strengthen that business plan and calm the troubled hearts of this board as you meet us in January, and we consider this really, really great innovative idea that you can tell in our hearts we have a lot of support for.
Thank you so much. Other comments from board members? Member Cisneros.
Just in response to Member Phillips, and maybe this is better for the discussion later, but I feel like, dang it, if money doesn't get in the way all the stinking time, and I'm kind of tired of that. And that's not because I disagree with the reality of the conversation. That's because I'm tired of us putting the financial question ahead of what's right for students constantly. And I get that's the reality of our job. There's got to be a way that we can finally have something that breaks that mold, and that maybe we can force the legislation and some funding mechanisms to look at some alternative funding streams for some really unique opportunities. That's been the number one complaint coming out of COVID, was why is there no mechanism for a micro school? And now we have a chance for a really interesting micro school. Let's force them to say no to us. Let's force them to say, but we don't support our own laws. Well, start supporting your own laws, right? You're the one who wrote the law for innovation. You're the one who wrote the law for special needs. You're the one who wrote the law for these things. Now put your money where your mouth is. I'm tired of growing up these 4,000 student schools. I hear their size is critical to their mission. They want student first. We talk about student first language in this building. They want a student first school. And 300 kids, you don't get student first in this population. There's not the bandwidth for the educators to put students first when you've got 300 kids sitting there needing your attention. I really would love to say, take the caution of Vice Chair Phillips. It's real. But please don't sacrifice your mission. Instead, let's see if we can force the issue in some other ways. Let's see if we can force some funding things. Let's see if we can be really creative and clever. But I would say in your application, you're probably going to have to come with where every cent of that business plan has been scrutinized, where you have letters of support from people, where you have letters from real estate agents, where they're willing to put on letterhead their name and sign that they're going to cut you costs, that you've got pledge forms from people, that you've got families who are willing to make regular contributions. Like, come with proof, not we're going to fundraise. Because we're going to fundraise is a pipe dream. But if people are willing to fill out a pledge form, and if board members, if you say we recognize our responsibility on a nonprofit board is to go out and get the money, and we're going to commit 40 hours a month to going out and getting money, then put that in writing and present that to us. Find somebody on your board who will be willing to be a fundraising chair or a grant writer or figure that out in advance so that the people who have had to be involved with closures, which unfortunately I think is all of us, don't get those butterflies in our stomach when we want to push and shoot, because unfortunately every time we have to close a school, it hurts the entire charter school movement. It doesn't help us. And that's where Vice Chair Phillips is coming from. We want to see you be successful, and we can only take so many risks before people start thinking something's wrong with us. If they saw venture capitalists and how many times venture capitalism fails, in comparison to how many times, but only anybody talks about is the 3% billionaires, right? They don't talk about the 97% who failed. And yet we keep putting money into venture capital. We don't seem to have that same temperature in education. So that's where Vice Chair's coming from. But please, from my standpoint, don't sacrifice your mission. Let's really buckle down and try to get this done.
Yeah. Yes, please.
Just completely agree. I hate the fact that education, to some degree, is a business, and particularly in the charter world. And to the point about micro schools, I mean, those were envisioned to be those tiny schools precisely because they're run out of homes. It takes that real estate issue out, that expense. And so this I don't know, maybe this is a sweet spot for the building you have envisioned and for the agreements that you have kind of in the corridors waiting for an approval in January, and that may very well be, but that challenge is real, and it has to do with the physical location of the school, and there are ways around it that could fundamentally change the plan. So I think the advice here is just to grapple with that and come up with something that this board would feel, because we already love the idea, but that could be financially feasible. Because what happens is, it is for the students, but if they all come to your school and then you are financially drowning in 2 or 3 years, that's not good for those students either, that you close. So it's a tightrope that we're walking, but just grapple with the financial realities of that, and I think certainly this idea is highly supported.
Yeah. All right. Additional from the board? All right. Let me sum up a little bit and say to you, all of the discussion you've heard from us and our advice is really meant to support you. That's all meant to say this is based on our experience. What we know helps schools succeed. And we don't want to approve a school going forward that we just, from our experience, know is going to struggle. And we've talked to you just about school closures. We've had to close schools because they just financially were not going to make it. You've heard some of those break-even numbers. That's all good advice for you. We had schools who said, well, we always get donations that help us, but our experience is that has not been consistent. It's soft money. It's just not a consistent flow of money that you can always know is there. So, some things to think about. And I also want to mention, no one has said at this point, but I want to say that I appreciated the application. It was like a really good graduate paper. So that writing was well done. It was a good graduate paper. So I loved it. And you referenced your sources, and I just have to take a minute to say I really appreciated that. So it was really well done. So some things to think about when we're talking. I think you heard we love the idea generally among many of us, and we each have to vote separately, but you're hearing a lot of support for the notion. Think about, of course, you also heard we are concerned individually. You heard us talk about finances, and it's based on reality. We just know what it costs. And you can't just say, all right, then we'll submit this high number and then not know that you're going to have that number register for the school. So I also encourage you to make sure you do a market study. More than just Provo itself, just students who might have gone to Provo High School or to Timpview, you're going to look at potentially, Springville High School as well. You're looking at a little bit south, you're looking at Orem High School, you're looking at Lone Peak, American Fork, you're looking north too, that parents who know that there's a great program will commute. So you want to have a market study that says, yes, we can support these numbers that we're submitting, and we know we can make it financially with these numbers. So you've heard good advice. The other problem, you will get special education add-ons, but that's partly because kids with disabilities cost more. They just do. and that's okay. We want to spend the additional money to help kids with disabilities. We should do that. They just cost more. If you have a medically fragile student, it's going to cost more. You're going to have some things, your facilities have to be accessible. Every facility, school facility should, but some can kind of fudge a little bit. You're going to have to make sure that you have facilities that may cost a little bit more. Some things may cost a little bit more. So consider all of that. And around those finances, that's just going to be part of it. My other thing that just to think about, you're called inclusion school, but now you're taking students with, you want to encourage all these students with disabilities, which, and I've said this on the opposite side to other schools yesterday, you're now, if you only have students with disabilities in that school, you've placed those students in the most restrictive, not the least restrictive environment, right? So that can be problematic. I also heard in the video that I didn't read, and I should have, maybe it's in the application, I should have picked it up more carefully, the notion of other students register who are not students with an IEP in that school, you're open to that. Maybe I'm thinking, embrace that notion. Embrace that notion. There, some of your numbers can come from some of those students, though your primary focus is on students with disabilities. Now you're more inclusive, right? Now you've got students who not with disabilities, without disabilities. You're more inclusive. You are an inclusion school. You've got those other kids, but who you're including are students without disabilities as opposed to the other way around. So those students are coming in to, and I heard in the video also, or in the discussion, they may come to you for just a year. Maybe it's a senior who's completed all of his or her own coursework, is ready to graduate, but is just, there are some of those who just kind of bide time in that senior year. You know that. And to participate, if they're a Provo High School student, want to still go to Provo High School games, activities, great. But what if they registered for your school? And what they learn is how to live in an inclusive environment. They participate in your school. These are kids without IEPs, but what great students to include with your students with IEPs. That's just my thinking, something for you to consider as we're here thinking about. That may be a way to have additional numbers. If you have a viable support program, maybe these are kids who want to be special educators. Special educators are going to cost us more because we don't have enough of them. To attract good special educators to your school and the specialized services, we don't have enough. But maybe these are kids who eventually want to be educators, who would like to be special educators, who work in your school while attending school. I don't know. I'm brainstorming. So some things to think about. So a good market study, really look carefully at your finances and how will you make those numbers work? How will you make sure you attract that many based on what you've gathered as far as information? Okay? I think we're trying to give you really good advice. So take good notes. Our staff takes notes too, and Marie and others will be glad to help you with some of that and talk it through with you as well. And any of us would be available if you move to the next level. And even if you didn't, I'm going to say both ways because as we vote, even if you didn't, it doesn't mean you shouldn't continue to pursue the school in another year. All right? So one way or another, I think you heard encouraging support from this board, but the realities of funding and the practicalities of running a school, we're also trying to give you really good advice that will help you to be viable so you don't open and not be able to succeed at that work. We want you to be able to succeed. Okay? Any last parting things any of you want to say from Inclusion School?
Yes, I would just like to say thank you for all of that advice. We will definitely take all of that into consideration. Those are all things that we have thought about. We really, really appreciate your kind words and we appreciate the questions. I've got Susie on speaker here. Her screen was freezing up, so she's been here, but
great.
I could have her also say something at the end here. Go ahead, Sue.
I just wanted to say thank you all again, and just agreeing with you 100%. I would love for students without disabilities, IEPs, to come to the inclusion school. I had the same exact thought, where maybe these are future educators and they want to learn more about how to be a teacher in this kind of setting, because it's not a typical setting as an educator. I know that this isn't a typical kind of school setting, so I think it's a really new, innovative way for future educators to get into the school setting and see if that's something they want to do. But also just for anyone that wants to learn more about how to be inclusive, how to be an advocate, because we all live in the same society. We all should be on the same page about how to make it more accessible and just encouraging each other.
Thank you. You all hear her? Okay, good. Thank you. And I really do want to thank Susie for her expertise. As you can see, she is the one that did most of that, and she is extremely talented, extremely, she has her heart in this so much. And I just really appreciate her and appreciate everybody who's been on our board, and all of you for your taking the time to read our proposal and listening to us and talking to us today.
I appreciate it. Thank you. So I personally know Wendy is a great educator, but she works at the pre-KK, and this is the other end of the spectrum. I've been to her Christmas program with her students, and really wonderful work she does. So thank you for continuing that work and trying to expand that with others as well. Wendy was one of my students as well. So yeah, we have a good relationship. So all of you, thank you for coming, Inclusion School, and for your proposal, and we'll consider it carefully this afternoon. Thank you. All right.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right. That concludes our discussion with Inclusion School. We have a little bit of time to have a break. We'll come back for Life Prep Academy as soon as they're ready, or by 10:50. One of those two. We just have to kind of, these are good guesses, okay?
Thank you for indulging my passion. I'm not really sure where that came from.
Thank you for
We want you to be passionate. Do it.
I'm so mad about talking about money.
our students are excited to enter our communities. We know we've succeeded.
All right, welcome, Life Prep Academy. We're happy to have you here. And while you're introducing yourselves on the video, I could write down a couple of names. I'm still going to have you, if you will, say your names again anywhere here, and to make sure we know who you are, we get to know you a little better as we are working through that. But I did see at least two that I think that I should say aloha to. Yeah.
That's a good guess.
Yeah.
You did well.
All right, here we go.
So I can start. I'm Amanda Fung. I am actually, this is my second year living here in Utah. I am originally from Hawaii. That's where I come from. I was a charter principal there for 7 years. I was a charter network chair for several years, as well as a SPED director, SPED teacher, instructional coach. And so now I am here.
And where in Hawaii, Amanda? Just for
Oahu on the west side.
On the west side, meaning
So
Pearl
I'm
Ridge
from
side?
the.
I
so a
lived
little
in
bit-
Hawaii 7 years, so that's why I asked.
Oh, wow. Perfect. So
Yeah.
you know. So I always tell people here the west side because they're not really sure. So I'm actually from Royal Kania originally. My husband's from my ASI, which is close to Pearl Ridge. My school was in Wahiawa.
Ah, wonderful. I know all those areas.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Irene Summers. Although it looks like I'm from Hawaii, I was raised in California, but I'm very Polynesian. I have been a mom for many years, and then my dream as a little girl was either to be an actress or a teacher. And I realized the best profession of all is to be a teacher because I've been acting all day and I'd have the best audience. They think I'm wonderful. So education has been my passion. As I'm talking about it, I feel the chills. Like there's something about kids and wanting to be a part of their lives. And, we can't control what happens after school or before school, but for 8 hours, I could make magic happen and make them feel like the best person they possibly could be. And that's why we started this, is to make a difference, to let every kid that takes this step into our class, our school, feel loved. I think love is acceptance, and love is, you need to start with that. And that is what I'm very passionate about. And that is why I'm here.
Wonderful. Thank you, Irene. You
Yeah.
said Polynesian from California, but Hawaiian or?
I'm actually Samoan.
Ah,
Yeah.
Talofa then.
Oh my goodness, I gotta work on my
Talofa.
languages. Talofa.
Yeah.
You know what? My dad would be very proud if I'm gonna do Talofa for you guys. This is so out of the ordinary, but in Samoa or any Polynesians, you greet them, and so I will greet you the way Samoans do. So talofa.
Talofa.
So thank you guys.
Yeah, fafatai.
Oh gosh, I really got to work on my vocabulary.
And
I'm Delaney Bigler. I taught preschool and am currently an elementary teacher. Just love working with the students, and I agree with her philosophy on just loving them and all that. And I also really like the World of Work school model that we're proposing, which can really help students just be prepared for life and going into the career field.
Terrific. Wonderful. And we have some folks online, I think, as well. So would one of you introduce yourselves, just all four of you, but someone start?
Can you guys hear?
Maybe not.
I can start, I guess.
Okay.
So my name is Sarah Prestwich, and I'm an elementary teacher as well. So I've been working with Irene for the past 4 years, and I've taught for 5 years. And I've done kindergarten and first grade. And I've also enjoyed being able to continue my learning. So after college, I've continued to take professional development and other courses. I've been working on I've completed a reading endorsement in the last 3 years. And in my studies, I've just seen there's a need in education for a lot of things. And there's so much good research out there, but sometimes not all of it's being applied. And just being a part of several different schools, I've just been really excited to be able to work with Irene and the others on our board with this school, because I just think sometimes what we are doing currently isn't always preparing the students as much as it could be. So I've been really, really excited about Ripple Life Prep Academy.
Terrific. Thank you so much. Another one who's online, introduce yourselves.
I can go.
Okay.
If anyone's okay. My name's Katie Parrington. I'm currently a elementary teacher. It's my first year. I have worked at so many different charter schools, and because of that, I just haven't found the charter school that I love or that I'm passionate about. I'll take bits and pieces from different ones. So I'm so glad I have the opportunity to build something I'm loving and passionate about and to get to share it with them.
Thank you so much, Katie. Thanks. All right. And I think 2 other board members, right? Yeah.
Merrick, do you want to go? Or Lindsay?
You're muted, I think.
Yeah, can you guys hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, if it's echoing on my end, so I just really apologize if you get that that back talk to you. My name is Lindsay Miller. I actually started off education as a homeschooling mom. So we have 8 kids, and I homeschooled the first 6 through 7th grade. So as a public educator, my experience has been with the older age kids, and so people will say, "How do you deal with a room full of 25 or 30 12-year-olds?" You know? But to me, it's actually kind of a walk in the park because I had 6 curriculums for 6 kids across all subjects every day. So I love all of that. I think where I'm coming from as an educator, having had that experience to homeschool my kids, and when we were learning about farm animals, we could go to a local farm and the kids could put their hands on the cows and see them and hear them and smell them. And I think that that's one thing that I always thought was missing from public education that I would like to bring to it. So World of Work, it not only gives us a why to give to them, because you know all the time, at least with 6th graders, Miss Miller, why do I have to know this? Am I ever going to use this in real life, you know? And what they're really wanting to know is, how are they going to tie that into what they do for the rest of their life? How is that going to benefit them for the future, right? And so I think that by giving them the why, we can really help kids learn to love education more and start to find things that they're interested in and pathways that they want to follow earlier in life so that they have more exposure and more opportunity.
Wonderful. Thank you. Homeschool parents get extra blessings because that's a hard job. It's a hard job.
Thank you.
It is. Yeah. Well done. And our last one.
I'm Marion Klein. I graduated with a bachelor's in elementary education, but honestly, I put that on hold to raise my kids. So my perspective on the board is more as a parent. I have been working in the schools as a substitute the last 3 or 4 years. And so I've seen, and with myself, I've seen my kids relate. I can relate to that video, especially with my older kids of what's the point of this? And so I'm excited to be on this board. I think this is a great board that has a lot of vision and passion. I think we need passion because that's what's going to drive it. And you can feel the love from our chair. And I'm a fan of our chair because that's my sister.
Aha!
A big fan, you guys. I'm a big fan of her as well as everyone else. That's
So great.
The board didn't come together out of desperation. It came together because each of these people wanted to be a part of something that we could actually build together. You know, and I'm sorry, I'm going a little bit off topic, but I want to tell you guys, you know, I've been the teacher and I've been a dean in a school and I've loved every single role that I've had up to this point. But what I realized is when I was the teacher, my heart, you know, most of you might have had kids before. You have one kid and you're like, and you get another kid and you're like, oh, I don't know if I can love 2 kids as much as I love this one kid because my whole heart is filled for this one kid. Then the second kid comes along and then your heart doubles. Nobody tells you that that's a possibility. Well, when I was teaching kindergarten, I had 26 little kindergartners and I just loved them so much. And I realized my heart times 26 plus 4 because of my own children. And then when I started working as a dean, I did not know that my heart could double to, you know, whatever this new number is, 100 and 200. I realized from a little girl, my dad would come home with the most amazing stories. He was from California. That's where I grew up. And he would work in Carson and LA. Do you guys know about those schools? It's scary. My dad drove over an hour and a half every day so that we could live in a suburb, and he would drive to these schools, and he would come home and tell us the most amazing stories about these gangsters, real life gangsters who attend their school. And he would say, I went to a house today. I had a knock on the door. The grandma, the aunt, the uncle, everyone was there. I asked, is your student there? He was making human connections with these children. These kids came to school. At school, there's two gang members, rivalries. They weren't getting along. My dad took the time to find out an interest. Now, I was thinking about this morning. Do you know that both gangs love the breakdancing? And I thought, oh my gosh, they were ahead of their time for the Olympics because breakdancing's in there now. So I need my dad to go tell those kids. But my dad got permission to bring a huge boombox out on the high school grounds and had he met with the two main guys and he said, listen, you guys can do your breakdancing. No fighting at our school. At our school, we're one. I can't control what you do outside, but I can definitely help you do what you love in a positive, healthy environment. And you guys, I was a little girl when my dad came, or no, I wasn't that little, but that has stuck with me for years. And I realized one educator can make a difference. But if you have a team of them, imagine what a team of educators can do. And that is why right now, I know we don't have a lawyer yet, and we don't have any high-profile jobs, I guess you would say. We have the people that have been in the trenches, who have seen what knowing this little boy's name can do for him, who can see that when Sally, I don't know a Sally, so we're all safe here, when Sally comes to school and she looks off, she looks tired, you can pull Sally aside and say, Sally, what's wrong? You don't seem so happy today. And she can tell you, I'm hungry, I didn't have time to eat breakfast. All right, Sally, come into my office. I have granola bars. Our experience might be different than the rest of the boards that you've met. But because we've been there, we see what we need to do to make a difference. And all of the experiences that all of us have had together, I think I've worked at many different schools and I've learned so many different things from all of these schools. And I'm grateful for those opportunities, but I didn't get to, as a teacher, you only can control 26, you can only be in charge of the way 26 kids feel the minute they come in and the minute they leave. As a dean, you can help also create that happy beginning, happy end. But imagine if you had that feeling for a school. The differences of all of these educators wanting to not just teach these kids. We want to know these kids. I want to change lives. I want to bring a boombox to the playground, and I want us to all come together to be one. I know it's possible. I know we have what it takes. We do, like Marie mentioned, we do have plans because, we don't know all of the things, and we will admit that. But you know what we have that I'm so proud of? We have experience. We're different. Sarah Prestwich, she, let me know if I'm talking too much, okay? Sarah Prestwich, look at Sarah, you guys. Sarah, can you wave? We couldn't be more different. When she first came to, this is my favorite story of all time. Okay, I have a lot of stories, but this is one of my favorites. When Sarah Prestwich came to one of the schools that I worked with, I thought that, I'm going to teach Sarah so many fun things. I can't wait. I can't wait to tell Sarah about this amazing idea I have. So we're sitting next to each other, and I'm telling Sarah, okay, I think for science we should do this and 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 this. And you know what Sarah said? Not what I expected. She didn't say, oh yeah, that's a great idea, let's do it. Sarah said, I love it. But what if we change and just add this, or take this away, or do it a little bit different? Magic happened. I hate that word because it sounds so sterile to me, like it's overused. But I'm telling you, I'm very confident in my teaching because I'm an actress, so I'm good at acting. So if this doesn't work out, I'm going to Hollywood, people. I'm just kidding. But what I learned was that I have a good idea, but more people can take a good idea and make it a great idea. And I want to be a part of a team. I don't want this to be my school. This is our school for our kids.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're so
Thanks.
welcome.
Thank you. All right. We appreciate it. We've read your application carefully and watched your video. It's been nice to meet each of you through this as well. And now it's the time for the board to ask questions, make comments, just to clarify, and I'll come to that too. So just to clarify issues that we have relative to the application. And Vice Chair Phillips would like to begin.
So mine isn't a question yet. I'm going to defer to my fellow board members, but I did want to make a formal disclosure. I don't think it rises to a conflict of interest, but I'll put that out to the board first. I've had the privilege of rubbing shoulders with several of the board members of this proposal and this application, which has been a privilege of mine. And although we have never had, nor do we now have, any common financial interest, I have had the privilege of mostly supporting teachers that they have supported toward licensure or giving advice relative to licensure. So that has been a lovely professional or collegial relationship. And I was actually unaware that they had planned on a proposal of this nature, but excited by it. But I wanted to make sure that board members didn't feel like that acquaintance was a problem.
It's hard to avoid in Utah if you're in education. We all know each other, kind of, so it's sometimes hard to avoid. Unless any board members have any concerns, let's continue. All right, thank you, Vice Chair Phillips, for disclosing that. So, any questions? Someone would like to start or clarifications? Please, Mr. Biesinger, thank you.
Thank you. I want you to know I wrote at the top of your application, I like this one.
Oh, thank you.
I do have some questions, maybe some things that you can speak to today or think through if you were to be moved forward this year. But I just want to start by saying I really enjoyed this application. I think it's an innovative approach. I can definitely see through the lens of both being a board member, a parent, somebody that works full-time in this space, that this will appeal to certainly families and kids and provide options that I think maybe aren't as common. So I think that's great. If I could start though, in your articles of incorporation, so I believe you have 7 board members. Is that correct? That's what's in the application?
Yes, that's what was in the application, yes.
Okay. Is that still
And then we
the same?
added one more, and I
Okay.
I think I sent it appropriately, but correctly. If not, I will. Okay.
That's fine. I just noted that in letter C of your articles of incorporation under Appendix B, it notes that you will have 3 voting board members, and it lists I think you designate down below founding board members, Irene Summers, Amanda Fung, and Lindsay Miller. I'll make a comment, and then I'd love to get your response. I have worked and seen schools with, I'll say only 3 board members or only 3 voting members. To be honest, my experience with those schools is they'd like to have more board members. They just were struggling to find them. But I think in my observation, and I appreciate kind of the lead-in comments about inclusion and support and different perspectives. In my observation, I guess I would like to understand what the thinking was with having 3 voting board members and a larger board. And is there any thought about maybe making an amendment there as you grow? I mean, a charter school it's kind of a confluence, right? It's a confluence of family and children. and government and education and business. And that can get it's a lot of fun and it's kind of messy and it's all of that. But I think one of the enhancements to a school and even safety checks is, perhaps a strong board that brings different perspectives and different passions. And but I guess I just noted 3 board members, and I looked at that as or 3 voting board members. And I don't want to speak for the board, but I thought that perhaps, I don't know if it was a flag, but I noticed it. So can you speak to that if you're prepared to?
Yeah, I'm actually going to let Amanda, but trust me, I have a lot of confidence in myself, but not that much confidence. So Amanda will speak to to that.
So we actually, as we worked, we've had lots of meetings, we've delved through all of this. That's why originally we had talked about having those 3 founding members, and that's why it's expanded to this 8, because really understanding perspective and community, I think having that founding board is super important, but knowing that we want to have more of those community members, such as an attorney, such as maybe a financial person. So we're aware of that capacity that needs to be there, specifically me, because I'm the one that has more of the charter board governance experience than some of the other members. And so we're aware of that opportunity for stability and understanding of if we have those questions or concerns of who we can go to. So knowing that as we go further in this process, bringing in those other board members to help. So I think an amendment is going to have to happen to change that portion of it.
Okay, thank you.
But currently in our meetings, everyone's voting. Was that what you were concerned about?
Well, go ahead, Member Phillips.
The clarification in their documents, a lot of times when these corporations come with a proposal or the full application, their articles of incorporation have a minimal number of individuals. But in their board bylaws, in Article 3.2, they indicate that the number of directors shall not be less than 5 and may be up to 9 voting members. And
Right.
so I think we can feel comfortable, at least based on their bylaws, that the corporation incorporated with 3, but the bylaws will require the school to have 5 to 9 members.
Thank you. Yeah,
Yeah, sorry
that's
about
a great
that.
clarification. I appreciate you seeing that because I did not note that. I just caught it above. I think my overarching comment would just be, I think you're capturing this. And then I'll just offer a very quick comment. I appreciate the fact that you are humble enough to realize you want to bring in additional resources to the school. In some avenues, it's effective to look for board members in that way. I'll just note in other avenues, I've seen very effective boards that will have an attorney kind of on council versus feeling like they have to have one on their board. Sometimes the strongest paper resumes to a board sometimes just lack the energy or passion that's needed. So I think you can fill out a school's professional kind of needs in some cases through board members, but in other cases by forming committees or just engaging with different professionals if you feel like that's important for the school. So,
I
thank you.
comment to that too? I so appreciate what you just said. I think that's why we felt confident in starting out with all of these educators and different perspectives, because we realized we're there. We've experienced it, we've seen it. And so anyway, just in response to what you just said, I wanted to piggyback on top of that. So thank you for that.
I just have a couple of other areas. I don't want to go too long, but when I look at your enrollment projections, I noticed that you, for example, in year 1, you have 45 students in kindergarten, and you project to have 96 students in grades 6, 7, and 8. And although that changes, kind of the ratio of kind of smaller kindergarten stays consistent, and then you get a little bit bigger in your older grades. That could be fine, but it's definitely not the norm. And so I just noticed it. And I guess I'd start by by asking you, what was the thought process you went through in thinking about your projections with a higher number of your older grades initially and a lower number of your younger grades?
So some of that was some of our experiences, knowing that in the lower grades, having a smaller amount of students per student per teacher ratio is better for learning. We know that our kindergarten rooms, 25 students is probably a little high, and we want to keep it a little bit lower. But then we also know that sometimes kids transient wise come in as they're older, and so we might need a little bit more room if we have kids coming in the older grades. And you can teach students in a larger setting depending on what you're teaching with a larger group compared to the younger groups. And so that's kind of where we were thinking. But we definitely want that feedback, because that was kind of some of our questioning in our original meeting was what is, for me, I'm used to Hawaii's numbers and how we do numbers. So it's like, what does the numbers look like, and what do normal classrooms in this area look like? And then we also had people on our board who talked about numbers at the schools that they're experiencing in our community. Most of our members are from our community and teachers in our community. So we're also looking at what there currently is.
Okay, thank you. I guess I'll just add to that point. If I might dare venture a guess, and imagine the day where you had an authorized charter. I would not be surprised, and in fact might even suspect in the area you're looking in, that your demand profile might be huge, kindergarten, first grade, second grade, strong throughout, and maybe even a little less in those older grades. Now that doesn't always play out that way, and I'm not trying to say that's the right way, but all I would say is, if you move to a kind of full application status, I think it will be instructive for a second review from my perspective, and I hope helpful for you just to think through, one, what does the data show as far as your anticipated demand, and speak to that, and then speak to just how will that affect your budgeting and your operations and your culture. So I don't want to tell you what to do. I'm not trying to do that at all, but just think through that and notice that was a little bit of what I will call not the norm, which is fine. I mean, I think you're folks that are fine not being the norm. So, that's fine. Just a couple other things. In your section, apologize, I'm just trying to get to my notes here. Under career exploration, I really enjoyed a lot of this section. You mentioned in here things such as you allow students to progress through an exploration of 54 different careers. I think I was introduced to a little bit more of that in your video, which I think is great. And then down below, you said students will use these reflections to help chart their own personal life path, maybe some sort of I'll use the word kind of journaling, or creating this book that kind of helps them map this out. I love this idea. I'd just like you to think through, and maybe if you can speak to, if you're prepared, customized and individual and valuing the child is wonderful. I don't want to drag you back into a box, but how do you anticipate scaling this so that it's meaningful for each child, but it's also doable for an entire program?
Is that okay? Lindsay, did you want to answer, or I can? Go ahead, Lindsay. Go.
Is that okay? Okay. So with the World of Work, they have an integrated digital platform. So you start off, every child that enters the school will take a personality test. So they have it's Holland's, you saw in the video, Holland's 6 different types of personalities and the career types that match with that. So when they take this personality test, it not only defines like what type of worker they would be best suited for, but it also identifies their values, their skills, and there's a third one and it's popping out of my head. I can't think of it at a second. Can you think of it, Irene? Values, skills, and something that I'll come back to. But it really differentiates the program. So there's a component of World of Work called Beable, and it's an early literacy program. And so what they do is it integrates with World of Work. And so it has access to those personality reports and any of those kind of personality tests that they take. And it identifies jobs for those children specifically based on their career types, their personality types. And then it varies the Lexile level. So it might say, here are 4 different jobs that are within your current Lexile level. And do these sound interesting? And the kids can say yes or no. So each child gets to go through that process for themselves, and that's ever changing as they go through. But it just really helps to solidify to kids what they can be. So I remember in one of the demonstrations that we were watching, there was a little boy, and one of his things was lawyer, and another one was like some specialized mechanic thing. And it was so interesting because according to his personality and to his skills and his values, he could go in, those are 2 very different directions in my opinion, but it gives him access to that. And one of the really cool things about Beable is that it will differentiate as well. So if a child chooses something like a lawyer, they can always go in and look at the things that a lawyer is doing, read articles about a lawyer, find case studies, those kinds of things. But Beable will automatically differentiate the article to their Lexile level that they have on the program. So if you've got a 4th grader that can understand a 6th grade content, they're giving them more meat, they're giving them more depth. If you've got a 4th grader that might need something a little bit more, they're giving them more of an overview. So it's really designed to fit each child specifically.
Thank you. That's very helpful for me. Okay, my last question. I want to touch on IEP, but I want to yield back to the board members. Just going back to your projections. Thank you for what you've shared. So I know you've got a planned year 1 enrollment of 693, and then I'll call it a pretty gradual, you kind of fill in your lower grades actually on your projections. I see you as innovative, and if you get to the next stage, I think there's, I just imagine this school trying to start day 1, right? This is going to be a pretty unique program, and a lot of kids that come here, I can imagine, won't be used to what you're trying to offer. 693 is a big number, at least from my perspective. And again, I don't want to pretend to tell you what to do. I think you do what you want to do and approach us. But I guess I would just speak from my experience. Perhaps thinking through, as you grapple with how to start with strong performance and strong culture and those kind of things, that's a big number. And those of you that have a background in starting schools, again, it can work. And I've worked with schools that start with large numbers, but I might just, and if you get to a full application process, just have you wrestle a bit with perhaps starting, lower. 100 kids each of those junior high years. That's a pretty big lift, and not that it's a bad idea, but it's a big lift. And so I guess I just would caution you to think about a slightly more modest start and kind of building up and just what that might look like. Because 700 kids on day 1 is big, and I just think that it kind of plays at odds with sometimes that early stage school and student experience. So that's my last comment. Thank you.
No, thank you.
Thank you so much. Additional question, comment from board members? Others? Yeah.
I'll wait for Rebecca.
Go ahead, Member Cisneros.
I too like your guys' school, and I like your energy. I do have a couple questions, if that's okay. I had the same concerns. I was a little more judgy. I wrote weird growth model. But after my judgy comment, I wrote, help me get your thinking. And then as you were answering member B. Senior's comment, I wrote a quote that I write to my teachers when I do instructional coaching. You can do anything you want to do as long as you know why you're doing it. And so my caution that I would add is I don't think you need to feel like you need to necessarily change anything about your growth model. It is very different than what we usually see. That could be what shakes out when you do your surveys that you reference. That could be what the surrounding community needs. I think what we're going to need to hear is why are you doing what you're doing? Because if it makes sense to have that larger junior high and the smaller kindergarten in order to meet the needs of your students, please retain that model. But I think we're just going to need some understanding about why you're doing what you're doing and that you've thought it through. Where my 2 kind of meaty questions come from is in your proposal, you call out very, very particular branded curriculum.
And if you'll indulge me to go back in time about 2 decades, I was part of opening a school that also did some very specific branded curriculum, and I love that curriculum. And we heard from a school yesterday who actually wanted to use that branded curriculum, and here's why I tell you that. That branded curriculum is near impossible to get a hold of now. It's very expensive. It's almost completely out of print. They scaled back anything for older grades. If you happen to have one of these books, hang on to it because it's worth about $500 now. This $20 book you used to be able to get at Costco. Some of you know exactly what curriculum I'm talking about. And so a lot of the schools who put that in and had that as a foundation, that's not something they can continue to do. So when you have something so specific like World of Work, and just put a caution, I tried to actually do some research and my computer keeps telling me I can't go to that site because it's not safe. The question will be, what happens if something like my experience happens, where you love this curriculum, you love everything about this, this is foundational, and then 10, 15 years in, you find yourself going, I can't get the resources. I either can't get them or I can't afford them, right? So.
I hope this is your question, but I've been, like I said, I've been in multiple charter school experiences, and the curriculum has changed so often, you know, and so just like our children changed, you know, when I was growing up, we didn't even have cell phones. It's weird if you don't have a cell phone now. I think we're not so tied to something, but it's more like whatever our students need. We are a group of people that are actually 1000% here for the students. So I think if it's not meeting the needs of our kids, then we move to something else. And that's what I've experienced and I think I'm answering the question correctly. For example, a lot of schools love Saxon math, and that one is unavailable now too, and so they've had to switch. So I think it's not so much the curriculum, like, yes, that's a big portion, but we're looking for something that has a lot of data. And so the fact that it's not available, I think we're just going to look for something that also has just as amazing data so that it can support us. I think that was the idea. All of us, you know, everybody uses iReady, so it's weird that you don't do their Ready Math and their Ready Reading, but it makes sense because you're telling, you know, it's out of print, which is weird because when I was looking it up too, I kept seeing manuals on eBay and I didn't make the connection. So I think for us, it's more like we're looking for a standards-based curriculum. You can get curriculum. I don't want to bring this down, but all schools have different curriculums. I don't believe that the curriculum is what makes the school. So yes, we put it on, and I hope that's okay to say. We're all educators, so we use the curriculum. But I've seen curriculum change, and I haven't seen parents leave. You know, sometimes they do it the math. This math is weird, that math is weird. Anyone who's signing up just for our curriculum, I wouldn't even that's not even part of my sales pitch. It's different. When I left my last school, the mom told me, I'm worried about something that I can't explain to you right now. I'm worried that it's not going to be the same. And I was like, well, they still have all the bones. It's going to be great. They still have a lot of people that are still there. And she said, it's not that. It's the feeling I get when I walk in that hall. See, that's something that's not replaceable. That's something that's every child's going to need and want to attach to. So are we like, it has to be this curriculum and only this curriculum? Absolutely not. Whatever our students need. But the thing that will always be consistent is the way that student feels when they walk in and walk out of that building. Now that is not ever changing. I hope that's okay.
I won't speak for the board, I'll speak for me.
Yeah.
Yes and no, that's okay. Because every school should aspire to that, right? No matter what their formulation was, whether that was because a district bonded and needed a new building or because they came in and petitioned. What sets you apart as a charter school is having a foundational mission and purpose that doesn't exist elsewhere. And so for your proposal, the curriculum then becomes the why do we exist outside of just what is a good school. And so the way that your proposal is written is your curriculum is becoming that foundational why we exist. So if World of Work folded up in 2 years from
Oh,
now,
sorry.
could you maintain your performance under World of Work, especially if we're talking about you've got this great software, which that sounds baller. I love that. That's awesome. But if that went away, would you be able to maintain? If FOSS went away, would you be able to run your science program?
I need to correct so I sound smarter than I did a minute ago.
No, you're good.
So
Just
apologize.
when if you go to the full application, I would say describe why you picked those. What did those do that they were what you picked? And here's our plan if World of Work ends up not happening. What drew you to FOSS? What was the foundational elements of the mission that you would replicate, not just, because although I get what you're saying, nobody can live and die in your curriculum. The decisions that you made were foundational to who you are trying to
Oh yeah, I apologize about that. And I didn't. Yeah. Oh, 1 second. I think I misunderstood your question, but I understand what you're saying. So I'm not backing up. I'm just saying I didn't realize you were referring to World of Work. I thought I just misunderstood. So, but I understand what you're saying.
You call out World of Work, you call out,
Yeah.
FOSS, a few things like that. So just be careful about,
What you choose.
make sure you articulate why you're choosing it.
Okay.
And how you would pivot, right, in 10, 15
Yeah.
years.
Okay.
The second question I have, and it's a conversation we have regularly, so please just know that you're not alone in this. You call out that you intend to work with Academica West, which they've changed their names, Academica Services. Help me understand what you've already done on that front, why you called them out by name. Does it have anything to do with your location, working with developers to build buildings? That, because you kind of allude to
You
some
can
of
answer
that,
both.
that stuff throughout there.
So I can answer that a little bit. As we endeavored into opening a charter school, it's a big thing, right? Opening a charter school, we're not going to say it's a small thing. It's a feat. And so for us as a board of all educators, we looked at and researched different companies to help us with things that we might not know, such as facilities, such as, maybe bonding, all these things that we're as educators not as a board super familiar with. And so one of the people that we reached out to was Academica West. I have actually worked with Academica before in the past at a previous school that I worked with in Hawaii. We worked with Academica Nevada. And so we were looking for their expertise to help us. So far, we have had a couple meetings with them, and they have given us some great advice. And so that's kind of where it is right now. But looking at some kind of educational management company to kind of help us with some of the things that we might not know or be familiar with so that we can make really good decisions. Because for us, knowing that we might not have that knowledge as educators, we want to educate ourselves. And so that was that partnership specifically. Are you asking if we're specifically with them or we're contracted with them, or that answered the question? Yeah, I figured.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we just chatted with them and figured out what we're doing, and they were a company that we might work with, but we haven't, as a board, made that decision yet.
Additional? No. Others? Vice Chair Phillips? Yeah.
I appreciate the comments that have been made, and my questions have largely been answered, but I would just reiterate 3 suggestions if you're invited into the next phase for the full application. The first is I agree fully with what's been said about enrollment projections here, and in particular, the pattern in our state for K through 8 schools has been that you really need 60 students to start out in kindergarten, and with changes and replacements and people moving, just to have 50 students in your 8th grade class. Instead of anticipating that there may be a sort of a large influx as a school opens, but you build from those lower grades into your 8th grade with just a few transfers over the years is what's been typical, or into your middle school. So I would just look at that realistically, so you're not, mainly for this reason, because in the end, if you're financially healthy, we don't really care what those numbers say if you're within your cap, but we do care that you have built a business plan on numbers that are realistic and that are sustainable for your moving forward. So just be sensitive to that and maybe tap into your experts that you've been consulting with and talk about patterns there to see what would really be a realistic business plan. The second thing, I had the same worries about the curriculum, but I have an additional one, which is I think you're certainly experts, you're educators, you're going to be able to find the curriculum you need. I'm not really worried about that. And every school we've ever authorized has changed curriculum by a certain year, sometimes within the first 3 years even, because it didn't work or it wasn't what they'd hoped or it became unavailable or too expensive and so on. But one of the things I want to see in your business plan, if you're invited for the application, is there are a lot of expenses here. You've got a brick and mortar, so you've got real estate, you've got 7 separate proprietary curricula, which is very expensive, and that's okay, but it needs to be part of your business plan, because if it's not these 7, it's going to be 7 different ones that are also proprietary, presumably. If not, spell that out. And on top of that, possibly a management organization, which is also expensive, because the one that you're at least considering is full service, right? So I would just want to make sure that that along with these expenses that are built into this model, which is fine and exciting and innovative, that we see, good allowance for realistic teachers' salaries and benefits and all these other things you're going to have, along with these kind of major expenses that are part of this model. And then just finally, teachers are my favorite adults in the world. I really only like children, right? But when I like adults, it's teachers. And they're my fave. Just
Your board friends.
Yeah,
You like
well,
those, right?
they're all teachers.
Oh, perfect.
So, or almost teachers. Almost teacher. Educator, though. Educator. And so the idea of a board made up of educators is thrilling to me, but boards aren't management, right?
Right.
Is the thing. And so this initial board full of teachers and vision makes all kinds of sense. But by the time you get to that full application, if you're invited to do that, for January, I think it's due in November, but what we would look at in January, that needs to be reflective of your community, right? Because your managers are going to have all that education, and you still want a few on the board that are educators, right? But as some move into management, or simply as you're trying to reflect a really good governance board, not a managing board, because you kind of are a managing board at first. That makes sense to have a bunch of teachers. You will need to consider, how does this reflect our community? Do we have the skill sets we need for governance on the board, instead of just vision and founding and excitement of the whole project? So I think increasing your governing board's capacity once it is transitioning to a governing board would be really important. While lots of place for still some educators there, right? There should be educators on a school board, but it helps so much for governance to have people coming from entirely different perspectives from just the education perspective, and to make sure that those board members reflect your community for that, not only that inclusion piece, but for the perspective that allows for good governance. So those would just be my observations. Mostly they have to do with how budget and model work together, and then just how more of a management initial board turns into a governing board.
I hope, is this okay if I talk to you for a second? Okay, so our plan was, this is like the bones. This is the people that have the vision, like you said, and we are like the foundation, but we realize most of us want to work with these kids, and so we want to take ourselves. So we have plans for that, but for this portion, the foundation, that's what we're built for, and then we're going to add in difference. But thank you for the reminder. I appreciate it.
I just wanted to make sure that you know that that's something we look at very strongly as we get to that full application stage, to see if that board has begun to look like that governing board.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Can I add something super fast with that?
Super.
Yes, I will be super fast. Our plan is to reach out to the community, so local Saratoga Springs employers, to find the people that are the most qualified and where we see the weaknesses in the diversity in our board, to find community members to plug in. So a lot of the world of work revolves around ties to the community. So kids are going and doing field trips, at a vet's office, or there is a radio station host that's coming in and explaining to the kids about that and showing them their equipment. So to have those ties and to start building them with the community is super important to us, because that's what we want ultimately for our kids, is to grow up and be contributing citizens to their community. And I think we just were hesitant on doing that and reaching out and getting those people until we knew that we were going to be able to do the application to go forward. And then once we know that we have that, we are so happy to plug in the community members on the board where we have weakness.
Thank you. Thank you. Additional comments from board members at all? All right. I'll sum up at least my part. I listened to as folks make comments and mark off the things I was going to ask. So you've heard some of those already, like the enrollment patterns, which we just really encourage you to think about, because it's not usual. You build big early grades so that over time those will decrease. You do that if you're in an immersion school, a language immersion school, for example. You have big first grades, because by the time they get to sixth, it's smaller. And so you look at that. Though in that program, kids can't really come into it, right, like they could for yours. I encourage you to look at a market study. Market study doesn't just mean, is this a growing area? Which it is. Saratoga Springs, Eagle Mountain are huge. I said that yesterday. You drive down Pioneer Crossing, it is jammed, and it's getting worse and worse, right? So there have to be some solutions to all of that, but it is big. But the market study also says, is this something people who live here want? Is this a kind of school that they will support, that they're going to look to and say, this is a kind of a school we are going to be enrolling our children in because this is what it is? Let me draw this distinction, because as you do a market study, you're also saying this is what we propose to do potentially. Or you may even be more open than that and say, what kind of things are you looking for in a school? What do you want to have happen? But let me draw a distinction between what you're authorized, what your school focus is, and your curriculum. They're different. If you say, we are going to have a world of work kind of school, we're looking at career opportunities for children, the curriculum of how you get there may change. You have a STEM school, you may change math curriculum to accomplish your STEM goals. But when you authorize with us, you're saying, this is our focus. This is what distinguishes us as a school. We're a STEM school, we're an art school, a classical education school. Curriculum within that may change, but the focus shouldn't change. So this is the focus.
Oh, really? Oh, wow. Okay.
We're getting a little bit of feedback.
Everybody to mute.
First I'll scan it, then
I
I'll
think
make
it's
sure
online.
everything looks
We're hearing
correct.
someone.
No.
Member Carey,
That's kind of the
Member Carey,
digital version of the
Member
process.
Carey, could you turn off your
All
mic?
fax machine there. That's the anonymous. Yeah.
Yeah, that's who it is, because his name's popped up there. Thank you, that'll do it.
Did you do it?
All right, he just turned down the sound. All right. So that's the distinction, right? Curriculum may change how you get to the goal, but this is our theme, this is our idea. And so that's different from the curriculum. And that's maybe the distinction between
Yeah, I
the
appreciate
two.
that distinction. It's
Yeah.
very clear to me now.
Really
Thank
talked
you so
about.
much.
So you want to look at it and do that kind of a market study. Let me tell you a couple of things just from experience that you look at. In Utah, we're required to write in secondary schools an SEOP, right? School Education Occupational Plan. But I will tell you, there are parents who push back on those. They don't want us to start deciding what kids' occupations might be. They get really kind of tense that we're locking kids into things. And especially at the elementary years, are they yet prepared to do that? And you may have parents who are kind of concerned about you're locking kids into occupations when they're too young to really be able to explore that or to know it. It's a high school, more appropriate, maybe late junior high, 9, 12, somewhere. But maybe too early in the elementary years. I'm telling you what my experience that I've heard from folks and say push back. And I think it supported somewhat. In your video too, you had a graphic that said 2 out of 10 high school students. It wasn't about elementary kids. That whole study is about higher grades, right? More high school age kinds of kids. Is it really proven? And if you were to move forward, I'd want to see this is a program that is really beneficial at those early years. This is something that elementary school kids will benefit from. And maybe it's just an easy exploration. And we do have in the curriculum, honestly, who are our community workers, right? So we're looking at careers. So it's not to say we don't do that, but there'll be folks who feel like we're maybe locking kids in too early, especially when you're starting to base things on like Lexile scores. Little kids don't have a Lexile score yet. They just don't. It's not, they're not ready to that point as they're emergent literacy learners, right? They don't have that yet. So it's just something to think about, because you say in your application, what will engage kids? We want to engage kids, and it'll be a use of different and innovative teaching methods. So I love that. What are those? So I'm going to say to you, what is innovative and different that you will be using that somebody else isn't? What will distinguish you? What will engage kids that we're not doing already? What will you do differently? If you had an elevator speech, you say, this is how we will engage kids. This is how we will be innovative and different in our teaching methodology that we're not seeing in other places. So if you're distinguishing yourself as a school, right, what is going to attract someone to come to this school instead of another school? What is it, that elevator speech? What's going to bring you here? And do you know that that's what your community really will support and wants? So that then you will get those numbers. There's a lot of people out there, a lot of people, we know that. So, and they're mostly younger kids, honestly. I think if you do a market study, you'll see that growth is young families. Often much young families and a lot of younger kids is where the growth is. Not that there aren't older kids, obviously there are, but that's why maybe some of that enrollment projection needs to be bigger at the younger years, right? So just some things to think about. So if you move forward, think about, is this something people want? Is this something they're going to support? That's part of the market study, right? That's the business side of it. We have to do that as well. So those little pieces. I know I used to always like this as an educator, and then I had a chance, I was accepted in a postdoctoral program at Stanford University, and I worked all with School of Business and School of Education. It changed my thinking about, how all those connections. We really are a business. We are a business. Even though I got to mostly work with Linda Darling Hammond and do just education things, it was also all of the business parts of it too. So think of that market, and is this what someone's going to support? And then think of how that works, because those numbers dictate then you've had good advice about financial steps beyond that too. Yeah. We as educators have that passion about what we can do for kids. You just give them to me. And the key to great education is a great teacher in every classroom. I so agree with you. But that other stuff we have to, in order for your school to be viable, for us to approve it, because we don't want you to fail. We want to give you good advice and help you to succeed right from the outset. So let's get that in place and help you to do it.
Yeah, that sounds wonderful.
All right. That's great. Any additional? Yeah, go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry, our sound is turned down because we had some interference. Hang on one second.
I may have been able to contact him.
We'll get you in place so our speakers are up. Hang on one second. All right, go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to speak to that piece a little bit. And I think that I just barely touched on it on that little piece, but that is absolutely something that that we have planned for the future once we're invited to make a full application, is to do a lot of market research. We want to do a lot of community involvement. So focus groups with kids, focus groups with parents, focus groups with older siblings, things that they wish that they'd had when they were younger. So community involvement is really a huge piece of what we want in our school. We want to be there for our community, and we want our community to be part of us. So I just love everything that you said. And yes, that is one of the most exciting parts, I think, that are upcoming, are doing those market studies.
Well said and wise. So well done. Yeah. Wise. Yeah. All right. I don't think we have any additional comments or questions. We have the information we need at this point, and we appreciate all of those who are online and stayed with us, you folks for being able to come here today and be with us and to answer our questions so we can make good decisions. We appreciate it. And thank you today for being here. And
Thank
best
you
of
so
luck.
much.
Thank
And before we go, I just want you to know that because we're teachers, so we're used to feedback. So we are very humble teachers, and we know what we don't know. We're aware, and so we appreciate you highlighting that again, so that we can make sure that we include those things.
Thank you.
When we are.
And that's our intent, is to share knowledge and try to help you to be successful.
Yeah, I so appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, we're only a couple of minutes behind on our schedule, not too bad. We have lunch, it's in our regular room downstairs, and we should be back up here ready to begin by 1. I'm reminding myself to stand up from the lunchroom and come back up here. So we'll start at 1. Thank you.
Thank you. You all touched on my big ones. In all the curriculum, I had like 7 question marks next to it, and so I just didn't. Somebody's gonna complain.
I just hate this part. This is the harder part, but.
If you're gonna complain, you better be part of the process.
All right, thank you all for return, and it is now 1:03. We're reconvening on August 8th, State Charter School Board meeting, continuing on our agenda after our lunch break. We're now at the portion of our agenda that we discuss the proposals we've listened to, the 7 proposals during the last 2 days. And we are voting today whether to invite that school to continue in the application process, to move forward, meaning that we like their idea, that we would need to hear, we'd like to hear more, we think there's potential. Unless we feel like a school needs a little more time, which doesn't preclude them from reapplying in a subsequent year. So they could do that as well. Before we start, Director Kramer is going to add a few thoughts, and then we will follow the bulleted list on our agenda, which is the same order that we heard schools.
I appreciate it, and I can make it brief, but this is just some high-level thoughts for the board that Marie and I compared notes on, and we just thought it important to kind of share it out. The first is just when we say, thank you to staff for the planning and the preparation and these things. I just wanted to publicly call out who we're talking about, because the heavy lifting on this work has been the Associate Executive Director, Marie. And so just thank you, Marie, for your planning, for your hard work, for the support that you provide to the schools. So that was just one thing that I know we did after the meeting yesterday, but I just thought in this meeting publicly just to put it. And then that this board continues to be a highly engaged board. It always has been from the tenure that I've had, but it just continues to be highly engaged. And that's it's just astonishing to have that level of engagement, questioning, dedication, commitment. One thing is that some of our applicants were virtual and some of them in person. And as staff, we do strongly encourage applicants to be in person, but that's not always possible. And so we provide the virtual or remote opportunities. So not to bias necessarily, but maybe there's a way in the future to find a little funding to get the, because it's amazing when our applicants are here, but virtually is also strong, and we appreciate, but it's more of an observation that we had more than anything. It was just that the in-person is especially strong, and that we encourage that as staff, if you've been wondering. And another one was just that we've had local and out-of-state applicants and influences and things like that. And that's very refreshing to see that we have both the strong local leadership in Utah, but yet there are also experts outside of our state that are taking a look at our favorable laws, our supportive authorizing, and these types of things, and that they're also looking at Utah to plant a stake in the ground and say, we want to educate students in Utah. And so we thought that that was noteworthy as you look at all these different applications. Another point that we had was just related to, in fact, that there may be times that you need more research from staff, and know that we are completely at your disposal for any research that you need on innovation, trends, anything related to, micro schools came up a little bit, or small schools, or just the size of schools. And if you need more data from our staff, know that we are more than ready and capable to provide this board with any of that information. It's just an observation that we had, is that, could we do a little more, bring a little bit more from time to time on trends and these things. So we wanted to share that with the board. There is a law that we wanted to bring to this board's attention, and so I'm just going to read it verbatim. We've been doing a really good job following this law. It started kind of with some texts, and then Marie brought it to my attention, and then she said, yeah, we should share this one out. And so I'm going to just read it, and it's 53G 5304, and a charter school application may not be denied on the basis that the establishment of the charter school will have any or all of the following impacts on the public school, including another charter school enrollment decline, decrease in funding, or a modification of programs and services. So we're not at the application phase right now. We're just at the proposal, which it's before, but just heeding the board to make sure that all of our decision making is consistent with staying clear of any of our decisions based on, well, this decision is now going to impact an enrollment decline at that public school or that public charter school, so that our questioning, our thoughts that we share publicly, the work that we do heeds this portion of the law. And so that's one thing that we wanted to bring up. There's only two more that we have, and just from I'm not an outsider as of October 23rd. That'll be my 1 year. But I still have other state perspective, and coming from a different state, what a strong process that we have here in the proposal to application, where we can provide feedback, and then that the applicants can use that feedback. It's just amazing to see that. In other states, it's just very much based on the written application, and that's the evidence there, and it's not a give and take. It's not collaborative, and I think it speaks to the bilateral nature of us as charter authorizers and the LEAs, is this give and take and things like that. There may be some that you view as just not quite administratively complete. As staff, we think that we can clean up anything that's administratively incomplete. If there's a signature missing or a document not material, just know that as staff, we maybe can help bring in those pieces so that you could still, if it's your decision to move forward, we can approve to move forward with the caveat, the administrative incompleteness will be taken care of. So thanks for allowing us to just bring up some staff observations. Well done. Looking forward to the afternoon.
Thank you so much. All right, with those in mind and your thoughts as you've listened to schools, let's begin right with Ensign Leadership Academy. Any initial discussion? And of course, I'll keep, as we go along, I'll start pushing for motions as we go through these, because we could probably discuss each school for hours, but we've got to make some decisions. So let's start with Ensign Leadership Academy. Any initial discussion or thoughts from board members? None? Are you ready for a motion? No, I'm seeing Member Spiker.
I'll start. And we'll have discussion after I make the motion, or is that
Always.
okay?
If you're ready for a motion. If not,
well,
we'll have discussion first.
I know how I feel. So I guess I'll just kick it off and we can take it from there.
Yep.
I would like to make a motion to not invite Ensign Academy to submit a full application.
All right. I'd need a second to that motion. Yes, but just because of the protocol, because we have a motion on the floor, I have to first look for a second to that motion, or that motion is, we don't establish a motion.
I'll
So-
second that motion.
All right, so there's a second to the motion. The motion is not to approve, and there's a second to it. Now discussion.
There were some strong things I liked about this application. I think the founding board brings a great history and background. I'm not intimately aware of this model, but I know there is validation around the country with ALA schools. I think they're consolidated in, a lot of them are in 3 or 4 states. But I just struggled with some things, including kind of as I voiced the numbers, just this huge size. I just think that represents so much risk, and frankly, from my seat, even half of that size represents so much risk, not just from a financial perspective, but culturally, operationally. And I've wrestled with that one in my mind, and I don't know if I've come to a conclusion, but that's my comment.
Thank you. Additional thoughts, discussion, Member Spiker?
I just wanted to provide some context for my motion.
Yes, thank you.
And I agree. As we talked yesterday, the makeup of the board, there is no question that it is a powerhouse team. And I also do want to comment that I felt the passion, I heard the passion, and the desire. For me, there were 3 main reasons of why I made this motion. The first one is exactly related to numbers. We are at a time where we are desperately, as a community, talking about how to create belonging. How do we create a space where students feel seen and heard? And I just feel it's such a huge number. It's a small city or a town, and so then that leads me to my second point, is that for me, I am really seeking applications that are innovative, that are providing me a vision or a dream of a school that I can't even conceive of really, because we are in a watershed moment. We are living and breathing in a transition in education like we have not seen in 150 years. And due to the model of a classical education, due to the classical education model, I don't feel it's as innovative as I would like to feel comfortable in terms of adding that to the portfolio. And then lastly, while I understand and respect the decision of the board to partner with Charter One, I don't feel that the perspectives shared from that organization yesterday align with what is best for the state of Utah.
And specifically, and I don't mind mentioning it again because I did mention it in my comments yesterday, I was so discouraged and saddened that in the Utah Office of Education, we would play a video discussing how we are deprogramming children from the teachers. I just thought that was in poor taste, and for Charter One to think deeply about how we build bridges versus continuing to separate and divide who we are and educating the children of our country. So those are my top 3 reasons. Again, it could be a fantastic choice. Maybe it's just finding a different partner. But those are my numbers, innovation, and partner choice.
Okay, thank you. Additional discussion? Vice Chair Phillips.
So I think if this were January and we were seeing these numbers and maybe had heard that very inappropriate, I agree with you, statement, I'd feel a little more angst about approving this school. But all we're doing is inviting schools for a full application, largely with the idea that they would come back based on our feedback with, for instance, I mean, there wasn't one of us that didn't say these numbers are unrealistic and it's not going to work. If you're invited for a full application, fix it. I think they've heard loud and clear, and I was quite convinced by how the board felt as opposed to that video about that. And I have confidence in the board versus Charter One. In fact, Charter One is one of many ways ultimately that the board could go, right? And so the board itself, I think what they're trying to do is take the classical education component and combine it with leadership, which a lot of our classical education schools in our portfolio have, they're very, very traditional, their pedagogy, their focus, and this combines that model, in my opinion, with a leadership, an innovative leadership model as well that typically tends to be more cutting edge and a little bit more pedagogically advanced. And especially when you consider that the classics as a content area have a lot to give to a more innovative leadership. And I'm inclined to support the full application. That doesn't mean necessarily an approval, right? But I just wanted to make sure, because we take our work very seriously, right? We take our work very seriously. And in January, all those things would have had been resolved for anybody to think twice, right? But I think at this point we're saying, to me, this is the point where we say, there are parts of this that intrigue us. Let's see a full application. Now they can decide, whoever, when I say they, any school, any applicant can decide, no, that's a lot of work we got a lot of feedback, it was rather discouraging. Let's write a whole new one. Let's not do the full application. Nobody is required to write a full application. So it's on them if they decide to put in that effort and to take our recommendations. We've been very transparent about how we feel about certain things, right? You were very transparent yesterday about how you felt about that comment in the video, and I don't think you'd find disagreement around the table. I would be inclined to let them do a full application, see if they can resolve our concerns, see if they can infuse and emphasize the innovative part of their application, and couple it more nicely maybe with the more traditional curriculum. So I would not be inclined to support this motion, but as always, I stand open-minded to the opinions and persuasion of my colleagues.
Yes, please.
Again, I respect the fact that I am not a voting member, but I would also be inclined to, just to voice my opinion, I think I would be inclined with the noted cautions that have been voiced, but I think because of the leadership component of the board, their reach into the community and understanding of the community, the validation nationwide, I would be inclined to want to look further into this. So I think I would echo probably my vote if I were to have one, but my sentiments would be probably in line with what Member Phillips just shared as far as wanting to see more, but being pretty open that I have some considerable concerns that would have to be addressed before full authorization.
Yeah, And it's, we want your feedback because you will be a full voting member in January when they come back. So you need to be able to express yourself. So Member Cisneros, any comments? Yeah.
I will vote in support of Member Spiker's motion. My first comment is issues with size. I have issue with core knowledge for reasons I stated for a completely different application. I feel like some of the components that were listed as innovative really aren't, like financial literature, or although Utah's leading the way, and I believe that financial literacy is the civil rights issue of our day. I truly do believe that. Utah is already doing fantastic on that, and every school and every student is getting a great financial literacy. So there's some components of the application that I'm like, that's great. I'm glad you want to do that, but everybody's doing that. So there's not really a reason to open a whole school around that. I do have, I always have just a little bit of pause and reservation when we start talking about moral foundations. Whose moral foundation and whose moral, and I liked that they have an acronym and that those are clearly defined and that they were good values based. But that to me felt like a program that could be added on top of anybody's school. And I would actually love if they would send that out and for schools to look at and see if they kind of like we do Leader in Me, that could certainly go on top of any program. I had a little bit of an issue with the name Ensign, and they even alluded that they surveyed their community and that name was representative of their community. That representative is indicated in part of their community, and it certainly represents. It doesn't represent all of their community, so I had a little bit of an issue with that. I feel like when your video comes from Charter One, the EMO, as opposed to from the board, I wonder if the tail's wagging the dog a little bit on that. So really my issues center a lot around numbers and innovation, or what I felt like we is not innovative. Well, I don't know what the reverse of that is. So those were my issues, and I don't know that those can be resolved in a full application. So I'm not inclined to waste anybody's time. Their board is very, very busy. And, maybe I'm having bits of nostalgia, but I kind of loved our last board's energy and the excitement of the getting back to, they don't have all the expertise, but neither did any of us at this table when we first got in this, and look at where we've come. And so I think excitement and energy and those things I can't teach, right? The skills you can learn, especially as supportive oversight. And so although I will quote her, the A team with a B idea, I kind of like, for me, an A team isn't that you have all of the skill sets locked down or you know how to write a perfect business plan. The A team for me is people who are willing to roll up their sleeves and get it done. And again, I hope I'm not being just nostalgic for nostalgic's sake, but I feel like we've gotten away a little bit from that. And so although they're certainly have fantastic resumes and are great people and great history with charter schools, and I don't want to take anything away from that, I just kind of long for a different feel on what is an A board. So I will support the motion and vote no to this coming for a full proposal.
Thank you. Thank you. Other comments? Time for mine. I suspect that I have the same numbers issues, which I feel comfortable that this board will resolve. I think from the information that we've given them that they will resolve it. But I have to also echo that it feels like just something lifted from one place and plopped down here, that there's nothing, I'm not seeing anything that says to me, why would someone choose this school? Why would they choose this school? what is so different that makes it exciting that someone will choose this school over other schools in the area? I'm not seeing the innovation, the interest, the focus that really is exciting, that it's old. It's not anything new. It's stuff that we're doing. So I'm not saying anything new. So how will I vote? Well, I'm going to, I hope they heard that in it. I'm inclined to let them try to rework it. So I think I will vote in opposition to the motion, but we will take a vote and see if everyone's at that point to see. Yeah. I know. Yeah. Yep. All right. So all those in favor of the motion not to move this school forward, say aye. All right. And I can quickly count. It's two. Those in opposition to this motion say nay. And the other two of us say nay. So that motion, because it's a split vote, and that's what we have, that motion fails. So I'm looking for a second motion if we can get,
This motion may fail as well.
that's right. And then what do we do?
May I make a motion, Chair?
Yeah.
I'd like to move that we invite Ensign Leadership Academy to provide a full application, taking into consideration the unanimous concern about numbers and other feedback from the board per yesterday's discussion.
All right. So a motion to support them moving forward to a full application. And I have to look for a second with that idea in mind. But I may have to be the one to second in this case because of our numbers. So I will second that motion. So a motion by Vice Chair Phillips and a second from Bowles. All right. Now we can have discussion around that motion, and maybe our arguments are still the same, so we can see.
Chair, if I may, it's not even it's a procedural. So if we are truly at a stalemate, which if I'm just reading the tea leaves, I think we are, I would hate for us to spend 4 hours doing this.
Yep.
So what is the procedure when this motion stalemates and we fail?
Yeah.
How many times do we do it? And then what do we do next? Is my question.
That's,
No, typically
Yeah.
she hasn't been here.
so, yeah. Because we have a motion on the table, so the question is good. And that's why we have uneven numbers on the board. And if the full board is able to be here at that time, and because of circumstances, it just worked out this way. That's why you always have someone to break the vote one way or another. But we could, if this motion fails as well, and a split vote the motion will fail, then we could table this motion, and that could be a motion to table it until our September 12th meeting, and then reconsider. So when we have potentially a full board in place, we'll at least have one more member who's heard all of the applications at that point, voting members. So any additional discussion on the motion to move them forward? Yeah, please do.
So I think it's a good idea to table it in one sense, but in another sense, we may have both Member Olson and Member Bassett there who will not have heard the discussion, the give and take, the questions, even the concerns raised by these two members about it. And so it's an unfortunate situation, but I'm not sure about the quality of that decision in a September meeting, to be honest.
Yeah, and of course, they can excuse themselves, the other two members, from the vote on that. Ms. Stephenson, you had your hand.
Just an additional point of order would be that the post-proposal boot camp does occur before your September meeting. And that's something that all of our invited applicants come to. So then the board would also need to decide if you're going to require them to come without knowing for sure if they are moving forward or not.
Would it be in order to vote down this motion and I think we need a decision today, one way or the other, and maybe the right thing, because we are so divided and we don't have a fifth member here today to break a tie, though almost, right? I wonder if I wonder if the better decision, if we're this divided as a board, we've all been very engaged in the discussion, isn't to concede and invite this, make a concession on my part and invite this school to come back to us in a year with a renewed, innovative, adjusted idea, adjusted numbers, all the feedback that we've given, because we've given them the information that we think their board has capacity, that we have a lot of confidence in that group's ability to bring a school, to establish a school and to make successful. Our concerns about some of the language and direction per member Spiker are valid. There seem to be some denigration of teachers in that particular video. In addition, we have some concerns about the lack of innovation. So I would be inclined to encourage this group to, which is not unusual for our group to do, to say there are lots of things about this we like. There are some things we don't like and don't think are innovative. I had concerns about, the lack of detail in the pedagogy. And I'm a person in August who loves to see most of these go through as a full application, just so we have a tasty, spicy group of things to choose from in January. But I think under the circumstances, it would be better for us to decide today, and I'm willing to adjust my vote to do that.
All right. So are we ready for a vote on the motion to move them forward? Was the motion? All those in favor of that motion say aye. I think I'm the only one remaining. Those opposed say nay.
Nay.
All right. So we will not be moving Ensign Leadership Academy forward this year, but
We need a new motion, and I'll make it.
well, if they don't, we can encourage without a motion, I think. The only motions that we would need to be taking is whether they move forward or not, but we can always say we encourage them to return in another year, right? Without a motion to do that. The only reason you make a motion is if you're assuring them in a year that you would approve, and I hate to make that decision for a board next year in place. So we will not be moving Ensign Leadership Academy forward in the application process, but what we've heard from members here that we encourage Ensign Leadership Academy to take the feedback that we had, work on the application, and potentially return in a year and resubmit that application. Okay, let's move to Unbound Academy. So if you'll turn to your notes around Unbound, we will be ready for discussion. I have to turn the right page. There we are. Okay. Anyone who wants to begin a discussion, or if you have a motion? Yes. Thanks, Member Cisneros.
I'm not ready for a motion because I'm a solid maybe. I mean, I am as solid maybe on this. I think it's way more compelling and interesting if it was a brick and mortar. If they were brick and mortar, I would be making a motion to move them forward without any hesitancy. The online component has me really conflicted because the idea is really, really innovative and compelling and interesting. The virtual feels consumerism. It feels unneeded. It feels, I have a lot of questions still that just don't feel interesting or don't feel resolved for me because of the virtual. Even if it was hybrid, I think I would be less maybe. So I'm sharing that as I could be so convinced either way, but as of right now, I'm just really, truly straddling the fence.
Right, so we have a motion on the table that, oh, no, we don't. We just have a maybe in discussion. Mr. Biesinger.
My feelings on this application were, I liked aspects of it. It was intriguing, but I just see this application as more of a subset to help a school rather than a solution for a whole school. I guess that's how I maybe would sum that up, even if it's flawed. I made some notes. It just, again, too much growth. I want to learn more about the 2-hour day, so I don't want to pass judgment on that because I just haven't read the data. It needs more support and infrastructure, too big. And I didn't write this, but I almost felt like it was a group with a lot of energy and some proven brick and mortar aspects and coming at this. But with this particular version of what they were offering, it felt a bit like they were trying to build a bike where they were riding a bike. And so for that reason, I would be inclined to, that would be my position as a board member. I would pass.
Thank you. I'm going to comment more because there are just 4 of us voting, so I'll comment more often than I usually do. But I'm kind of inclined the same way. If it was a brick and mortar application, I would vote for it. If we were to move it forward, I would say they would have to know that it's not something that at least I personally would not vote for in January unless it was the brick and mortar solution that they knew well, and we're bringing that brick and mortar solution into Utah, that it was a solution that they had used and proven and knew, not an experiment in a different way. And so I'm not inclined under its current proposal to vote for it, but I could potentially if it was a brick and mortar school. Yeah. So others. Yeah, go ahead, Member Spiker.
I appreciate these comments as well, and I agree. I felt like the video, and I know that the video is just a small piece of the process, which I really just want to comment I appreciate, because I think that adds just another element to the application materials that gives us some really powerful insight. And so we all thought, like, we were all confused yesterday because we saw this amazing engagement in the video of a brick and mortar type of experience or a hybrid experience. And so I think that's a lot of what we're feeling, and that I think that would be incredibly innovative, right? To have that, the workshopping sounded so exciting for me. I am concerned though about what that actually looks like in a virtual space. And although I appreciated the examples, I felt that some of the examples lack the rigor and the depth that I would have liked to have seen in those examples about what was happening in a virtual workshop space. Right. I also was concerned, although innovative, the grade band of 4 to 8 is challenging. And as we're trying to set a school up for success, and I think about myself as a parent, and the essence and the spirit of community in a school, it would take a lot for me to pull my 3rd grader out of a school community based within the current systems that we're a part of into a 4th grade virtual school. So that was a concern for me. And then the last piece was my question yesterday was specifically about the connection between what's happening in the 2-hour learning program in terms of the academics and how that's connected to the virtual workshops. I was concerned because the response was that it didn't need to happen. Well, I am, the application, and as we move further up in terms of, higher order thinking, we want them to take what's happening in that 2-hour period and be able to apply it to all of those workshops and have the tools, have the vocabulary, be able to critically think. And so I think that could be explored. And if they want to pursue the model, I think that could be developed more so for, again, the rigor of what we would expect in an academic environment, as well as fun, hands-on, and all those other things. So I appreciate the comments. I would not vote to move forward at this time, although I appreciate the innovative idea and potentially, as we in our last discussion, to provide that board an opportunity to reflect and think deeply about the kind of school that they would like to bring to us in the future.
Thank you. Nothing? All right. So I think we've kind of expressed, and I'm suspecting they're starting with that 4th grade because you really need to have readers in order to access the work that they're doing in the morning. In order to, even with the AI guide, you're going to have someone who reads well. And they're waiting for someone to pass 3rd grade to have a level of reading perhaps that they can use. But that still, your point is well taken. Would you pull your child out just to try this in the 4th grade? Yeah, to start there. So, yeah, I won't say anything more than that. Do I have a motion?
I would like to make a motion to not invite Upbound Academy to move forward in this application round.
Do I have a second to that motion?
I'll second that motion.
And a second from Vice Chair Phillips. Motion from Member Spiker, second from Vice Chair Phillips. Any additional discussion? Not seeing any. I'm wondering if we're ready then for a vote. All those in favor of the motion not to move Unbound Academy forward, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous. That motion passes. We will not be inviting Unbound Academy to move forward. Even though we like the innovative idea, it feels now experimental somewhat. It's not a proven record. We're looking for them to potentially think that through in another time and come back with answering some of the questions that we have. All right, moving to Sky High Academy. Any additional discussion about Sky High? Vice Chair Phillips.
So I was very excited about the idea that this was a grassroots proposal. We see fewer and fewer of those in our proposal packets because, well, frankly, you need a lot of technical skill sometimes to make a good application and a good proposal. And although this was an enthusiastic, Mr. Brewster and his team seemed very enthusiastic about it, about this particular model, and they seemed to me to get the population and its growth appropriate for a growing Washington County. I'll commend them for that. We have a couple of reasons why I'm persuaded not to invite this group to move forward this year. One is the board needs more diversity. We have Mr. Brewster himself is an educator and has had some experience, but we need more educators and to move outside of a kind of singular group of individuals. And there's some question about the board's capacity because we really weren't provided full resumes there either. So we were left a bit in the dark as a group. In addition, I'll just remind this board and its members that I was concerned about the lack of specificity on some really important things, the curriculum, the pedagogy, the kind of overall outcomes beyond, and it's not at all, I don't want to minimize the importance of inclusion and closeness, a close-knit community. We know how important that is for children, and that's what this school is trying to provide. But we need more information about the innovative aspects of the application. So although I loved Mr. Brewster's passion for students and families, and I appreciate his background in education, and I appreciate that his board members would step in to help him propose this idea. Nevertheless, those concerns that I have are high enough that I would actually like to make a motion.
Thank you.
Okay. I'd like to move that we do not invite Sky High Academy to proceed with a full application at this time, and that should Mr. Brewster and his group decide that they want to, that they should seek technical support from our staff to help strengthen aspects of this application that were lacking in this round.
All right, so a motion on the floor not to invite Sky High Academy to move forward in the application process. Do I have a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
All right, motion from Vice Chair Phillips, second from Member Cisneros. Any additional discussion? Ready for, yeah, go ahead.
I just want to support Vice Chair. I even like the name Sky High. Like, I think it's clever. I think it's, and I think the ideas are sound for what they need to be. My biggest concern is governance and the board composition, and we know that the contract is with the board. And so I hope that Mr. Brewster is listening and hears back from so that he can diversify his board and bring full board representation next year with the proposal.
Thank you. Thank you. Additional discussion? All right, we're ready for a vote on the motion not to invite Sky High to move forward with the application process. All those in favor say aye. Aye. So it is unanimous, 4 votes in favor of that motion. we will not be inviting Sky High Academy to move forward at this time in the application process. Our next school is Azure Fields Charter High School. Any initial discussion relative to Azure Fields? Thank you.
I might echo a previous comment. This is a strong maybe. There's so many things on this that I think are innovative. My perspective is I think the Waldorf model has been embraced by a meaningful part of Utah's community. I think it represents, from a portfolio perspective, which is a word that is used, I think that would be appropriate to look to something like that. I think that this was the board that was entirely here, correct? I think every one of them came.
Yes.
A tip of the hat.
Yeah, absolutely.
I thought, they're well prepared. And in some ways, I think many of these folks kind of know what they want. They just want to take it to the upper grades. So they're not building a bike as much as maybe, some other situations. However, for me, just the kind of the gorilla in this room is the demand profile. And I don't think they yet know and can articulate that they have that. Now, if I were a voting member, I would want to see them move through and give them the additional months to go do that, because I thought so much of this was well prepared and appropriate. But I would, to the extent that my voice would matter to them, just admonish them to go back and listen to the comments about demand from the various board members. I thought that was very insightful. I learned a lot from that. I think that it would be well to say, just because my kids want this, is this demanded enough in the community? Because clearly these folks are passionate about their kids, and there's a real want to say, I want this for as they go older, to keep on the trajectory they're on. But high school demand is tricky. And so that would just be, I would just have them go back and re-evaluate the very well-founded comments that I think were offered yesterday.
Thank you so much. Additional comments, discussion? Yeah.
No problem. I completely agree. And I think to Member Cisneros, I really appreciated yesterday when I mentioned about the survey and parents, and you right up said, and the students, right? And I think, and I so appreciate that because it is, especially in the secondary age bracket, right? The students do have such a huge say of where they would like to be. I agree. This is exciting for me. I think it makes sense based on the feeders that have now developed, and that parents that or families that and students that would like to continue that. So I think that would be that's an excellent suggestion if we vote to move forward. And I would also ask that they really think deeply and flesh out in the application the ability to meet students' needs on a secondary level, because as we know, it is extremely challenging to run an effective secondary charter school in the state. And if it's from the offerings and how they're going to be able to really be able to meet the credit requirements and the offer and what students are going to want, but then also potentially how they're going to partner with other schools in the community that they will need to partner with to make sure that the students will come and still have access to what's happening in their district schools. So,
thank you. Additional discussion? I'm going to tell you, I felt like too that they had a lot going on. They'd been thinking and brainstorming, but not to the extent that they had decided this is what we really want. So it hadn't narrowed to that, because they wanted to have trade certificates. They were going to include agriculture, concurrent enrollment, college credit, off-campus work. A variety. It was like the whole kitchen sink. So they needed to focus it in on what they really were going to accomplish and how that works within that Waldorf model, if that's what families want. In addition to our discussion about a study to really say, is this going to be viable and work at the high school level, which becomes very tricky. So that's my comment.
My comment would be, there's a lot of really great stuff here, enough that intrigues me as a board member to want to see a full application. Does that mean it will be approved if they don't address our concerns? No. But they got some really great things right, like kind of sweet spotting the enrollment for not only the area, but for likely demand given feeder schools. It is very innovative to have a Waldorf high school and could very likely appeal to a group of families and parents who and choice is one of our values. I definitely think they have to decide what their emphases are, because with 300 to 500 students, you have to focus more, and just from a financial, just from an effective perspective as a pedagogy. But I'm interested in seeing more, and so I'm ready to make a motion if that's all right, Chair.
Please.
I'd like to move that that this board invite Azure Fields Charter High School to submit a full application.
All right. So a motion to invite Azure Fields to submit a full application. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
And so a motion by Vice Chair Phillips, a second from Member Spiker. Additional discussion on that motion. Seeing none, I suspect we're ready for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, which is to move Azure Fields forward to full application, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. It passes unanimously. We will invite them with those caveats in mind. If they want to move beyond that next step in January, that they listen carefully to that feedback that we've given. All right. We'll next consider custom class charter school. Any initial discussion relative to custom class? Vice Chair Phillips.
I'm actually intrigued by this school. I would love to see it make a full application. I already like even their preliminary discussions with institutes of higher education on establishing a system for both the associate and the bachelor's degree during high school. I also think that it's research based what they presented. They're bringing a board that has a lot of capacity and experience in actually doing something not exact, but parallel to, similar to what they'd like to do. So they're bringing some know-how there. I felt like their numbers were much more reasonable than some of the other schools I felt that have come to us, particularly with an online component, and that they have some real potential for being very successful. And I like their answer related to how to integrate the student choice with a specific skill and content objective within their customized, personalized paths. So I'd like to see more. I'm not saying that this board would approve a full application, but I think it's worth seeing more from this school.
All right. Additional discussion. Member Cisneros.
When I first read the application, I was a no. After hearing their presentation, I'm a maybe. And so I probably could go either way. Probably not a sword I'm going to die on here, but I know we can't consider what it will do to other schools, so I'm very, very aware of that. But it would be irresponsible if we didn't consider what it would do to them, right? And so is there really any kind of market demand for one more online? And I feel like this was very, very close to, I did some research, and My Tech High is now called Open Ed. I've just always known them as My Tech High. I just felt like this was like going to be a charter version of My Tech High. I feel like the note I wrote was, I feel like they're transferring a lot of the responsibility to other entities and to parents. And then they're going to be held accountable for the results, right? But yet they're transferring a lot of that obligation for the teaching and the instruction into libraries and just other entities. I didn't feel like they really, and again, it's way too preliminary, but I don't even think they thought through some of the things like just saying we're going to pop up learning hubs. it's not as easy when you're talking about public school students. You have student occupancy issues. You have laws that govern where students meet and all of those other things. So it's not like just saying, well, we're going to convene in the conference room of the local library. Well, you know, that may not work for facilities issue and things like that. So I felt like maybe some of the things that they've had a lot of support of being a district sponsored online technology would go away if they became. And again, maybe we're too early in the conversation and all that stuff can get fleshed out and worked out in a full proposal. I was pretty open with them yesterday that they have a big hill to climb for me to convince me that this doesn't already exist and that anybody would actually want it. And I'm not there. If the board feels strongly that they're intrigued, I wouldn't, like I said, it's not a sword I'm going to die on, but that's where I'm at with them.
All right. Additional discussion? Yeah, please.
This was probably the application that moved me from where I started from to where I ended with the most, and maybe that is similar. I was very impressed by the 4 members of their board that were here. I thought they were on point. Their presence was strong. I thought their motivations were good. I actually admired how they kind of came here and they started a non-ice hockey league, which really has nothing to do with their application, except they do mention the name, as you pointed out. But I just viewed this as an innovative group of problem solvers, and that has, maybe in another way, but a good initial track record. I have, similar questions. But if my vote today would be like, I don't know if I'm a full yes, but would I be comfortable in letting this group that was so impressive, give them the chance to have, more months of working on this and see what that looked like? I thought they earned that. So I would be inclined that way with my comments.
All right. I'll comment a little bit too. If we were voting to open the school today, I would vote no. I would say no. But if we're moving them to the next stage, I will be yes. Because I have confidence that this group will take our feedback and work on the concerns that we had. Concerns that I had, they said we were establishing a rigorous outcomes, but we're going to let kids customize whatever they want from that. Those learning hubs are a concern. How are you going to spring up learning hubs and where will they be? And they kind of have to be open frequently. It can't just say we'll be at the library for an hour on this day, because kids are going to come and go as they need to. I mean, there's things they need to think through. How will their financial plan, including purchasing of computers and internet access potentially for some folks, and how will they make that work? They have some things to think through, some details. What is the curriculum? Well, they kind of said, well, kids will choose it. Students will choose their own curriculum, which to a point I'm going to say, okay, if they have some good choices from which to choose. But to say kids are going to all choose their own it doesn't yet work for me. That's why I said I would vote no if we were opening the school today. But I would vote yes to let this group have an opportunity to think through these issues and see if they can resolve them by January. So that's where I am. Member Spiker?
I appreciate every comments, and I don't have too much more to add because I'm on a similar gray area. I did like the connection to Portrait of a Graduate. That was the only school that we actually heard make reference to that. And because of the work I do, that's very present in my life right now. And I also think that it's innovative. It really helps us think deeply about our students 20, 30, 50 years from now to the best of our ability. I mean, nobody saw AI coming 3 years ago, and here we are now. So it's hard to say. But I'm curious.
Yeah.
So that's what I would say.
That's a good point. All right. So.
Oh, I did not. I can. Should or yeah, I don't know.
So we've just been discussing. Have we, I don't think we've made a motion yet. We haven't made a motion yet. So if someone would
have
like
not
to make
made
a
a
motion, Member
My
Cisneros.
first motion today. I would like to make a motion. I'm going to turn my maybe into a yes. Let's go ahead and invite Custom Class Charter School to move to the next stage.
All right, so we have a motion to advance Custom Class Charter School to the full application process. Do we have a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Second. So a motion from Member Cisneros, a second from Member Spiker. Any additional discussion beyond what we've had? Any? All right. It looks like we're ready for a vote. All those in favor of the motion to move Custom Class Charter School to the next step in the process, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, unanimous. We will invite them to move forward. So congratulations, Custom Class. And we're now looking at the Inclusion School. Go ahead, Member Cisneros.
Probably can't guess. I'm going to make a motion. I'm going to make a motion and I'm going to cage my motion and then I'll ask for a second. I am going to make a motion that we invite Inclusion School to the next level. I truly believe that this school will take our feedback, work with our staff. I hope they'll even work, maybe find some special ed consultancy or different things to try to figure out. I hope they'll also find people to help them lobby legislators or that they'll really, they strike me as the people who will, because I don't feel like it's I feel like they've got a lot of hurdles in front of them, but I would love for us to support them in that. So I have a strong, please second my motion.
I'm going to second the motion.
A motion to support Inclusion School moving forward to the next step in the process from Member Cisneros, a second from Vice Chair Phillips. Any additional discussion? Please, Member Spiker.
Again, I'm excited about this. I think that as we talk about innovative and we talk about all kids, right? We say that we talk about all kids, but I think this is the first time I've seen an application like this in 3 years in my time on the board. Agreed. I think there's a lot of work to do. I think the numbers in itself and the budget trying to, oh my gosh, flesh all that out and do it well. And this is, as I was listening this morning, I will say I was thinking, like, I started imagining 10 years from now. And what if there was an inclusion school, like districts were like, yeah, we should have, like, imagine if we thought about kids the way the inclusion school does. I know we are, this is like, you know, and what is it, you said yesterday, putting the cart before the horse, but I will say I like to dream, and that's where my brain went. So, thanks.
Yeah, Member Biesinger.
I echo all of this. I would love to just support these folks and would echo the thoughts. I also will add, I was thoroughly impressed with their application. I think it was Chair Bowles that made a nod to them, and I would just second that. On the merits, this group doesn't only have a worthy cause they're pursuing, but they seem very capable in doing so, and that really came through in their application, and I expect the second version of that would be very compelling. So I would just mention that as well.
Well said. So I'm not feeling like cart before the horse in this case, really. Honestly, in this case, I feel like there's they're getting the cart and the horse together. They haven't filled the cart yet. They don't know all the details. They don't know all the pieces they need to put in it, but they're at that good point where they've really thought through and have some good thoughts about where to go. They just need all of the fine tuning, the details to really make it work, and that's something we would look at in a final application. Vice Chair Phillips, I think you wanted to also comment as well. Did you? No?
I made the motion.
All right. So anyone, any additional comments? All right. So the motion is to invite Inclusion School to move forward to the full application process. All those in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Again, unanimous pass. That passes and moves forward. All right. We have our last school to consider, Life Prep Academy. Any discussion about Life Prep?
I'll start.
Please, Member Spiker.
Who passion just kind of is on my fingertips, and everybody knows I was enamored by the passion. It's very clear as we think about the desire to come from a community, and also I appreciated the board. That it was teachers, folks that had actually been in the classroom, currently in the classroom, and so coming to it from a professional place, not just from, personal, which is just as important. But I appreciated the both sides. I do have some concerns with the model and. I mean, even just on my notes, and again, I didn't comment too much in our last discussion because so much of what was shared were my thoughts, but I'm still trying to wrap my head around life-based learning, how that actually plays out, the importance of giving students so much choice and opportunity to explore all that they are meant to be. Appreciated, Chair Bowles, your comments about that and us being mindful about career exploration and versus or in the backdrop of exploration. So I am a maybe, I think, is where I am at this point. I'm excited. I think that there was a lot of passion. There's just some holes for me currently that could potentially be filled with more research over the next year, not necessarily coming back in January, but I'm open to hearing from all of you.
Okay, thank you so much. Additional discussion? Anyone? Yeah, Member Cisneros.
After the interview today, I wrote, this board chair will be able to get people on board. And did, right? I mean, that's a very large board, and they were engaged, and they were here, and they are all excited, and they're all excited to do this. I agree, there's some fine tuning. I don't think anything that they can't get it solved between now and January. I had to kind of, when I was listening to the idea, I was thinking, would I send my own kids there? I wouldn't, but then I immediately corrected myself and said, this is not about whether I would send my kids there or not, right? This is about, would other people, is the choice there? Are enough people going to be interested in this? And mine is only because I have a different belief in the function of education is not to send you to career, right? Which is interesting since I used to teach college and career awareness, but I was really deliberate about that education for education's sake has value, right? And how you choose to use your education is to be a better human, I hope. But at the same time, I loved how they said, you only know what your parents and grandparents and the guy down the street do for a living. You don't even know until you're way older. And so I really kind of then checked my own biases on the fact that I love the idea that these kids are getting exposed to so many different things that then might turn to an exploration about different hobbies and ideas and the potential if it's done right, not as a consumerism standpoint, but as a who I am as a person and how I want to make my space better because I'm exposed to so many different ideas. Then all of a sudden took on a really intriguing idea for me. I think as they recognize their holes in their own experience and are totally expressed that they're not just willing to, but that they've already actively gone out and said, how do we backfill? We know what kind of school we want, but we need these people to help us then create this vision. That was very astute to me, and so I appreciated that awareness. I think to the nod of the nostalgia, we've got a group of people that are the grassroots and they are excited, and there's a passion to this that we haven't seen for a long time, and a school that I know of does not exist in an area that is really growing. And when you have passionate people, they can convince now the retention will be the issue, right? Can you keep them? Is there enough people that long term want to see this? But again, that's their problem to solve for us in January. And so I'm inclined to make a motion to move them to the next step. So I'm making a motion to move them to the next step.
All right, motion to move Life Prep Academy to the full application process. Do I have a second to that motion?
I'd like to second that motion and speak to it, if I may.
All right, so let me just declare the motion first and then Vice Chair Phillips. So a motion to move Life Prep Prep Academy to the full application process. Motion by Member Cisneros, second by Vice Chair Phillips, who will now comment on that.
I just wanted to second the idea. I've been thinking about that as you were making your comments, that this is one of those rare grassroots applications that we have, and it shows in the passion, and it shows in the, I think even in the innovation. And I also have a lot of confidence that this initial board will not only strengthen itself in terms of a governing board, but that they listen very carefully to our recommendations, and if allowed the chance to come back with a full application, will certainly seek to address any concerns that we've expressed or that they should discover in the process of sort of refining their proposal. So I think it's an intriguing, unusual school with a very passionate group that is very grassroots and certainly has the educational capacity behind them to do it.
Thank you. Member Spiker.
Add one more comment about the curriculum discussion that we had. I think that would be something else I'd really want the board to take a close look and decide what curriculum is most aligned to the mission of our school. What will be the what might, and again, I know we might not necessarily know in terms of longevity, what might be the curriculum that is. So I felt like it was, and I understand, but it was just so many different types of curriculum for every single thing that we do in a school. And I think, especially based on the folks that were on that board as educators, we might not, we don't necessarily have to have a curriculum, a purchased curriculum for every single thing that we do in a school. That's why we have a teacher education program. And so I think just to give them an opportunity to think about that from the financial standpoint, because it is expensive. And then there might be a curriculum that could offer reading and math support versus two separate curriculum purchases. So just, I think, something to think about. And I'd like to look for when they come back in January.
Yeah, well said. Yeah, Mr. Biesinger.
Yeah, I echo all this and would be supportive of this same thing. I guess to the extent that they're listening to the motion and just this discussion, I thought they were provided a lot of good feedback. I respect their humility and willingness to take feedback. I think that was pretty resounding about them. I do think they actually bring, as is, a strong skill set and a lot of qualifications. They've got members that have started schools and been in schools, so they're not just big dreamers. I think they've got some execution on their side. But I will say, this is, I think, one of the opportunities they have. I'll use the word opportunity, but maybe challenge in there too, is that this appears to be not so straightforward to take this founding board idea and get the water to the end of the row of the classroom. So much of this strength of this program is going to depend on effective and well-trained teachers. And they're going to have to probably invent or define what they're looking for and give them kind of a playbook that isn't just so vague. And so I do think there's some work to be done there, but by no means do I think that means they shouldn't be allowed to go to full application. I also thought they were given good advice just with respect to learning about the financials of the charter school. They, as it was pointed out, they have a number of expenses that they need to account for. And, to mix that in with necessary salary expense and facility expense and programmatic expense, they just really, I think, would benefit from thinking through that and bouncing that around with perhaps a few potential partners in the community to get some different perspectives there.
So I won't, this school's had some really good feedback from all of you. I won't repeat that at all, but just a reminder too, we were concerned about how in your projections per grade over that template of time. Also, there's a focus of the school and curriculum that supports that focus, the two pieces. And really, as the school indicated, that they would do really good market studies say, is this something that people will support? Just because the numbers of people are in the community doesn't mean they would select this school unless they say, yep, this is something that we would like to have. And so what is it that people would like to have? So that there's a good, strong focus for that school, that you have it, that elevator pitch is going to be a strong one. This is what we believe in and why, how are we going to make this exciting for kids? What are those things that separate us from another school? All right, additional discussion? Not seeing any. I think we're ready for a vote. The motion is to move Life Prep Academy forward to the next step of the application process. All those in favor of that motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Again, unanimous. We pass that Life Prep Academy forward and say congratulations to them and have fun. You've got a lot of work to do, but good work for the next little bit, and we'd see you back in January. Yeah. Thank you. All right. That takes care of that portion of our business. We have another set of business that we were anticipating, not knowing how long it's going to take us to discuss and make decisions. We thought maybe an hour and a half. It didn't take us as long as that with 7 schools. So we're really at the item that is listed at 3:30 on our agenda, but I'm just going to ask Director Stephenson, are we okay to go ahead with those, or do we need those schools here, or?
The board is probably okay to invite those schools to come up. I haven't heard a confirmation if anyone is.
And they don't necessarily comment during this, right? It's just your presentation.
We did tell them, it's on the agenda at 3. We recommended being here, or 3:30 by 3 o'clock, but I mean, even that's 45 minutes. So I think if you wanted to move ahead, that would be up to the board.
All right, I'm going to make the decision we're going to move ahead, because we can make those decisions from the information we have and communicate that with them. They don't have to be here in order for us to make those decisions. Yes, so let's do that. Take a,
I will send a quick email out.
and can we, it's almost 2:20, even start at 2:30? That'd be an hour ahead of the scheduled time. Would that be all right? All right, we are on recess till 3:30. You'll be like the legislature that says sauntering. 2:30, sorry, 2:30, an hour before we are scheduled, so. We just need that sign like the legislature has, sauntering. I always wonder what they're doing when they are sauntering. Sauntering.
When you see it, you know, right?
I
When
know.
you see sauntering.
They are sauntering. They are sauntering.
Yeah, just a little. 2 days in a. But it's okay. It's good.
Is it a walk to the chocolate? Is that what I just?
Oh, you know what? I had forgotten. I did.
You told her
know
you're
what
coming
I had
back.
for dinner last night though, and everything bagel and salad.
Of course you did.
Sounds like a great. That's about all I could muster up.
It was good.
It was really good.
Yeah.
Actually.
And get that everything sprinkles, I love those. At
Oh, I
Trader
love
Joe's, you
that.
can get that.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'd actually like to make homemade kale chips.
But I let her
in
know
my
that.
air fryer.
Yeah.
I think
then
it's
you
fine,
sprinkle
and I
that
asked
everywhere.
Grace just to let.
Oh.
No, it's fine. I
I'll
just.
Never
send
done
a
that.
link
Oh
out
my
to
gosh, it
Okay.
is
anyone wants.
so good. And
By the time I see you next time, I will have done that.
It's everything bagel seasoning. Oh, yeah. That's about all, the only time I eat kale.
Okay. Well, we're good schools moving forward, but we'll see.
That's number. I mean, sometimes it's.
That's kind of fun.
Speaking of sauntering, I'm going to saunter myself now to keep my knees going.
Motion.
Oh.
knees if I don't remind them on a regular basis, you know?
Oh, well, I've always been. You know, I was born in Davis County in Bountiful, and yeah, and grew up there. But it's not my Bowles family that are Davis County folks. That grandfather came in the Willie Handcart Company, and that his grandfather was a little boy in the Willie Handcart Company and were sent to Nephi. So, as a lot of the Willie folks were. So, but he left Nephi when he was like 18 or so. So, my Davis County folks are Hepworths and Weinigers, and yeah. So my mother was a Hepworth. So and then my great grandmother was a Weiniger, and so Alberts and Manns also but they kind of came from southern Idaho. The Talbots and Manns did primarily. So they settled there. But I was born at actually Old St. Mark's Hospital, old one, across from the Wasatch Plunge that is no longer there either. That was the Children's Museum. And then I've lived in Bountiful almost all my life.
So you're there currently in
Now, once, when I left as a superintendent in 2016, I thought it would be a favor to everyone if I just moved away completely. Because, when I'd go to Smith's on Fifth South in Bountiful, my children hated to go shopping with me, or go to Dick's or somewhere. People would stop me in every aisle and we'd talk about school things, which I loved doing. I liked going, and I planned lots of time because people wanted to talk. But I was not in a position to do that anymore. So when they said, how come this is happening and that's happening, I didn't even want to give an opinion. But I started teaching at BYU. So my last month as a superintendent, I was also employed simultaneously at BYU as a professor of educational leadership. So I've been preparing new principals for schools. So two of those students, I said Wendy from the Inclusion School and Caroline Gregory from Azure Fields, were both my master's students. So I have master's and doctoral students primarily. And so this is I'll just be starting my 9th year at BYU as a professor. So we moved to Springville. We built a home in Springville.
Closer to Nephi.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah. Where Crystal is, who's on our board, Crystal lives in Nephi. But Crystal used to teach at Central Davis Junior High in Davis. When I was a superintendent, she was a teacher there. So, yeah, it's kind of fun. But I've been around a long time. So one of the assistant superintendents in Davis now, I taught his mother when she was in school. So,
Now, you said your wife has a business partner and they still run a ballet studio
Right.
in Centerville.
Right.
Does she commute?
Yes.
Then,
So she keeps an old van at the Woods Cross Front Runner Station, and she gets on in the Provo Station, does a lot of work while she rides up to that Woods Cross Station, gets in the van and drives over to Centerville. So she does, yeah. Yeah. And her partners, I want to tell, I know her name really well. I talk to her all the time. Anyway, her partner lives in that little semicircle around the temple in Bountiful, yeah. And she's in Eccles. That's partly why she's on the Ballet West. She's the chair of the Ballet West board. But her last name is not Eccles now. That's her maiden name. It is I'll tell you, it'll come to my, Ardith Cap told me once, I have a photographic memory. I just don't have same-day delivery, and that's mine. I don't have same-day delivery. It'll come. It'll come when I least expect it. Anyway, so, yeah. So I'm,
That's really cool. I mean, what a great combination of things here.
so, in fact, I talked to my wife last night. She's in California visiting our son who just graduated from USC in their School of Cinematic Arts. So, in
They're amazing, but yeah, they're asked to do a lot.
Was that when Jan was there too?
No, in fact, our daughter just graduated, so
So
Jan
Jan's
retired, yeah.
at the High School Activities Association.
Yeah, she is.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't know Jan personally very well.
But I look forward to it.
But she's definitely an icon.
Yeah.
You know.
And I know Jan because she was my student. And the last year I taught in my first 10 years,
You were at Bountiful High though, right? She was there for, when did
not till after I left as a principal. Yeah. And she was there, she was teaching when I was teaching at Bountiful High, my first 10 years, when I taught 74 to 84. The last year I directed How to Succeed in Business, a musical, and Jan choreographed, so that was kind of fun.
You know how to succeed in business without really trying, I think?
Uh-huh.
Oh, that's such a fun show.
Yeah, that was the last year, because I was the theater teacher at Bountiful High, my first 10 years, yeah. So Kim Birmingham and I taught together, and so we were in rooms next to each other, and so I taught 10 years, 74 to 84, and then went to Hawaii, because I used to direct a lot at Promise Valley Playhouse that was in Salt Lake. I don't know if you remember that church theater. And so the last thing I directed was Annie, and it was the first time Annie was done in Utah, but it was 30 years ago, probably, let's see, 83, yeah, even 31 years ago, 83. And in fact, one of my little girls is now one of the assistant concert mistresses for the Utah Symphony. And so that long ago, so 30 years. And Ralph Rogers, who was the general manager of the Playhouse, became the general manager of the Polynesian Cultural Center and said, "Do you want to come and do that work there?" And I said, "Yes."
Right.
So that's how I
Because
went.
before Centerpoint, it was Rogers Memorial Theater. Is that the same connection?
When Ralph came back from PCC, he opened that theater. Right.
What a cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, that
And you know, Jan's connection, Jan Whitaker, you know, her whole family, I mean, there's a lot of inbreeding at Bountiful High too.
Yeah. Well, in Bountiful, right?
Yeah. So Don Perkins was the principal at Bountiful High before Rulon.
Okay. I
And
don't know him, but
he's Don's niece. You know Sue Bayless?
I do.
Sue's dad.
Oh.
Sue's dad is Don Perkins. Sue's sister Mindy Perkins Wilson, whose husband was a doctor in Bountiful, Dr. Wilson. You know Boog Stringfellow?
Bottom of the email,
Do you know
there's-
Boog is,
He's the athletic director now.
yeah, he is. He was baseball. Boog's wife is Mindy's daughter. So Mindy Perkins, Sue's sister, so Sue is his aunt. So that's all the inbreeding. But Jan's dad was the athletic director for Davis School District. And his last name is Hill, because Jan was Hill before she was Whitaker. Yeah. So all that family connection. Yeah.
That's cool to
Yeah.
make those connections.
Yeah, when I was there at Bountiful High, there were 4 generations of us. So Phil Olson, who taught me, then I was there, and then Leanne Drake, who I taught when she was in high school, and then Leanne, there was another teacher there that Leanne had taught. So there are 4 generations. So it's kind of fun. So over all those years, yeah. And Leanne, I had Leanne. About the same time I had Sharon Eubank. Sharon Eubank I taught also, I was her sophomore speech teacher, and then she was in the shows theater.
So, the second youngest of the Eubanks is Kevin. Kevin and
Yes,
I are
right.
the same.
Yeah.
We grew up together.
Yeah.
My family lives very close to the Eubanks, only you
Uh-huh.
wouldn't know it by driving. There's kind of a forest between our
Right.
homes.
Right. Well, I know where they live, so that I can imagine then what your family is too.
We're just, my family lives right above Rocket Park, which I
Yeah.
still will, I always will call it Rocket Park.
It is Rocket Park. Yeah, it
I
is
remember
Rocket
the
Park.
rocket.
But the Eubanks also, so their grandmother was my great-grandmother's sister, so they're Weinigers as well. Eubanks are Weinigers, so.
Yes. So I went to school with Lori Weininger, and that would be, that's gonna somehow tie into you.
Yeah.
And I was neighbors with Rock and Sue Weininger,
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
you know, so.
Right. Well, that grandmother lived in the house that is now the Natural Grocers or whatever it is on Fifth South.
Yeah.
That was my great-grandparents, my Grace Weiniger, Hepworth. And that's where their house was, before it was Dee's Family Restaurant. And my Hepworth grandparents lived across the street from, it's not Union Mortuary anymore, but Russin Brothers, I guess, on Main Street.
I think it's not Russin, I think they dropped.
Is it
Brothers.
Russin?
Okay.
So they are on the Smedleys were on the north side of Third North, and my grandparents owned the property on the south side. So where that is was my
You would have been
grandparents.
right there at Shipley, right? Because Shipley was right.
Shipley was the IHC building.
Which is now IHC.
Yeah.
The older
Yeah.
part.
Yeah.
I don't know if they've expanded it now. Remember the house that was there forever that had the antiques?
That sounds great.
Yes.
IHC bought that home, tore it down, and now they've built.
Okay, thanks so much, sir.
more
The
than
white
doubled
one
their
that was on
space.
Fourth North.
Yeah.
Ah,
So the IHC building, there's the old Shipley building,
right.
and now it's more than double the size of that. They've got a pretty good facility there.
That's great. Oh, that's so nice. Yeah. Well, and then across from them too, of course, Mrs. Olson's house that's now the museum. We always call it Mrs. Olson's. I used to pull weeds in her garden, but down was the cottage. Do you know the cottage? It's on the corner. It used to be an ice cream store, but it has antiques in it now too. The one that's on the corner
Okay,
of
well, I
Main Street
know,
and
yeah,
Fourth
I wouldn't
North.
know that as the cottage.
It
but
used to
I
be
know
called the
right where you're
cottage.
talking
It was
about.
ice cream
Yeah.
shop.
Yep.
And that's my sister's husband's family owned that, the Williams. And they owned the Eldridge Manor. So my sister and brother-in-law owned the Eldridge Manor. They've sold it a few years ago, but yeah, that was that same family.
Pretty cool roots.
So that's all the Bountiful family. And my Bowles family lived on Center Street, just above Second East on Center.
Yeah, so my dad graduated from Bountiful High, as did I.
When did your dad graduate?
He was 69, I believe. My dad was born in 50. So he graduated in 69.
He was 2 years ahead of me in school, because I graduated from Bountiful High in 71.
Did you?
Uh-huh, yeah.
Yeah, so my dad's siblings were Sue, the singer, and my dad's name is Brent.
Oh,
But
yeah, yeah.
So most of my dad's growing up, my grandparents, I should say, they're just west of Center Street below.
See?
Of the eighth grade church.
Yep.
Just
Yeah,
your conversation is picking up on you.
Oh,
Well,
Not a.
we're covering the world here.
we're not talking breaking discussion.
Davis County.
That's okay. We're not talking,
That's 2:30. I'm keeping that. Well, that's cool.
yeah, we keep talking. All right, you ready, Marie? All right, Marie's back. You ready to go, Stephanie and Rebecca? Okay, so. Have you been sitting there a long time while we were talking anyway, Marie? I was just waiting, I was waiting to see as people that you were back and ready to go, and folks, but you may have been there. We were talking about Davis County instead. So fun. Yeah, so good. All right. In fact, we were just talking about that Clint's son was on Broadway as Billy Elliot in the musical Billy Elliot. And he's not the only Broadway star from Bountiful, too. Do you know, in 1971, a Bountiful resident won Best Supporting Actor on Broadway in a musical, for the musical The Rothschilds. Yeah, King Curtis. Yeah, yeah, cool, huh? I know, that's kind of fun. All right, so others. So we just had to wind down from our Davis County discussion. Here we go. So we're ready now to discuss and take action potentially on small expansion requests. We have 5 schools, and Ms. Stephenson will lead us through the requests.
Thank you, Chair. And we did notify the schools real quick. Some are joining us online now, and a few are trying to still get here as quickly as they can. They did want to express their support and wanting to be here and show that this is an important matter to them. So as far as the process, just because it has changed even a little bit since we did this last year, we just wanted to make sure that everyone was aware where we are currently in this. The definition of a small expansion right now changed from where we were last year, and so that definition is now anywhere between 50 to 100 students, and the USB was kind of pushing that 100 students is where they would like to see that small expansion being, and that it is for up 1 grade level, so it could be both of those, up to 100 students and a grade level, or it could be just one of those, 100 students or a grade level. And with that, it also, a small expansion is not going to require any major renovations to a building. And a small expansion is also something, as Dr. Kramer and I have been working with our portfolio and also following the direction of our board, we've been addressing that this is more of that release valve. It's either that you've got a very full waiting list and this is something to just let a little pressure off, and then maybe you also apply for a large expansion. And that process, of course, those applications are due in November, and we did have a number of schools that did that last year with us. Or this is also that chance to maybe try something different. Maybe your grade configuration doesn't match your district, or you need to make some adjustments there to see if that can help with maybe an enrollment problem, or just a way to try to address a concern that you're seeing at your school. But this is something that a school would not apply for year after year after year. It's something that they would do, once, and then hopefully that has released that pressure for them. So as far as that, they need to meet the definition, and then a justification of need is received in their application. And then we also check for any concerns. Our board, when they were approving this process last year, you as a board decided that you would still like to receive all of the applications for a small expansion, but you would like to just be aware of any concerns that might exist among these schools. It doesn't disqualify them from applying, but it's just something to be aware of. So the concerns that we check for are just a determination, as you can see, by any USBE department for ongoing remediation, if a school's on a corrective action plan, if they're in state turnaround, if they're on a system of support, or if it's a CSI school. We also then check if there's a determination by our board of any warning or probation status. I am happy to share that at this point, none of these schools are in any of these active spaces. We do have a few that have some TSI, which would be a specific student group that is getting some help or some low performing there from the Center for School Improvement, but none are CSI designated schools. So our first group that we're going to talk about would be Franklin Discovery Academy. And we put their statement of need here, essentially for you, board. So their statement of need, they're talking about being in Vineyard, which is down in Utah County, and they cite that it's one of the fastest growing cities in the nation, and that according to their application, they don't have any schools serving beyond 6th grade, specifically in Vineyard. They said that an expansion would be a game changer for their students because it helps to provide a soft landing and a smoother transition by giving that extra year in a place that's familiar and a supportive environment during that awkward 7th grade year where students are experiencing physical and emotional changes. It would also help with continuing academic and social development, better prepare them for junior high and high school, while reinforcing a strong foundation of creativity and curiosity that they have built in earlier grades, which aligns then with their mission. They did put a note here that they applied for a satellite last year, and staff can confirm that due to the rules that were in place there, their application was not brought to the board. It was disqualified, and so they do feel like they would like to be able to pursue at least this small expansion at this point. They are asking for both adding a 7th grade to their offering as well as 100 additional students. So as far as those technical pieces, right now, they are only serving those K-6 students. So again, that request to add 7th grade. Of those K-6 students that they are serving in school year 24, they were sitting at 97% enrollment on their October 1 count. That put them right at 725 out of 750. So it seems like it may be a need that school does have, as they do appear to be pretty full. And as far as their mission statement, it just has here they want to encourage an experience-rich school environment. It frees teachers and students to explore their interests and opportunities. They want their students to find joy as lifelong learners, and that's why they have their motto of create, play, inspire, and learn. And so that is the request from Franklin Discovery Academy. And Chair, I'm assuming you would like me to continue through all 5 like we did last year, or would you like to stop and discuss at this point?
Let's talk about the pleasure of the board. While it's fresh on your mind, would you like to take a vote on each one as opposed to, I'm kind of thinking that might be helpful to us right now.
And I do believe, excuse me, point of order, Chair. I do believe that Director Price is online at this point.
Right, so if we need to ask any questions.
Yes,
of
if
him,
any
we
questions
could
are
do
coming
that.
up for the school at all.
So, so October count, how did that hold up by the end of the year? That might be a question I would have. That 725, how did you finish the year as far as enrollment by the end of the year?
Are you hearing me?
Yeah.
To answer that question?
Yeah.
We're in the car on the way there. We thought we would come. We really wanted to be there in person, but to answer your
stop
question,
and get
I
ice
believe.
cream.
I'm not driving, by the way. There's our drivers. Our board chair is driving.
So what was your enrollment by the end of the year?
Yeah, I believe we were at 722. If remember, 710.
That helped.
It was well over 700.
Great.
Somewhere in there.
Thank you. That's useful.
If I had my computer, I could find out, but I don't have it in front of me.
That's close enough. That gives us an idea that you kind of have held stable through the year.
Yes,
where you are.
over rate. We ended the year, I think we calculated with only losing 3% of our students during the school year.
Okay. Thank you. All right. So let's go ahead. Member Spiker?
Let me ask a clarifying question, and I'm sorry if I missed it. Just based on the, in terms of grade 7, I heard in terms of the transition year, is the high school model an 8-12?
Are you meaning as far as licensure goes?
No, so the school is a K-6 currently, right? And they want to add 7
Yes.
and a 7th grade on 100 students. My question is, so in terms of the models in the community of the traditional public schools, is it a 7-9 junior high? Is it a 6-8 middle school? Is it a 9-12 high school? Is it a 10-12 high
Right.
school? I'm just curious.
Yeah, no, we're in the Alpine School District area, and they are generally 7, 8, 9 junior highs, and then 10, 11, 12 high schools.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes, please.
I'm just curious, you want to go to 7th grade, did I hear that correctly? So what's your 6th grade enrollment? And I asked, what's your current 6th grade enrollment, and what do you expect your 7th grade enrollment to be And then maybe just
Sure.
speak, well, answer that, sorry.
Okay, yeah, for this coming school year, we're pretty close to 100. I think last I looked, we were in the 90s somewhere in 6th grade, and 90 to 100. And that's generally where we try to sit with all of our grades, is 100 in each grade level, with some are a little more, some are a little less, just depending on, grade sibling groups and this and that. But right around 100 is where we're aiming. And there will be those that once they hit 7th grade, that they're a little older, they're gonna want to go on to a district junior high. But we still feel like that we have enough interest when we gauge interest from families to retain a lot of those 100.
And then just a quick follow-up, do you, that's not part of this ask, I guess, but you won't any longer be aligned with kind of how your neighboring school district schools, if they go 7 through 9, you're kind of, I don't want to call you an oddball, but what are you doing about that? Are you going to ask for 8th next year?
Yeah, well, it's already, we are, I believe that we are what you refer to as a destination school, because people are willing to come from all over. So we have students already that are dealing with all sorts of different grade configurations, because NEBO's a little different. Other charters are different. So our nearest neighbor is Freedom, and they go to 5th grade, and then they start busing their 6th graders to Provo. And so we're already the only school charter there offering 6th grade. So I don't see that as a problem. I think the families who want that, they want that more than matching a particular band. Did you say you were going to want to say something? And any, does that make sense, or should I follow up more?
No, thank you. That's good. Thank you. All right. Any additional questions, discussion, please, Member Cisneros?
This is actually, there was 2 applications that I had this concern with. This one was just unique in the fact that it was on letterhead instead of the application form, but that meant that we had 2 applications that did not have board chair signatures. And so I was glad to see that the board chair is in the car, because I feel like we get into some problems if these become administrative decisions as opposed to board decisions. So later I would like us board, if we have time, to discuss a process where we require that the board minutes for these decisions be attached to the application, so that we know that the board is the one who's making these decisions. But with that, in the letter, Director Price, I guess is the right, Principal Price, I don't know, referenced the satellite application that was made. So does this small expansion then, is that eliminating your desire to come back with a satellite, or what is the board's decision for the satellite application moving forward?
Yeah. Well, that will be, as you know, for the board to decide, our governing board. However, I can say it will depend on what that process, how it's changed and what it looks like in the future. It's my understanding it has changed. And I don't know if it's the same process. I understand it's changed some, and we need to look and see what that looks like, whether or not we go back for another satellite application.
Because that could be completely in a different location, right? And not necessarily affect this population of that area, the satellite even, right? Yeah. Yeah. Good point. Thank you, though, for asking this board. And we've made that point several times, that this needs to be board actions, right? So thank you for making sure we talked about that. Additional discussion, anyone?
So I don't want to drag this out.
That's all right. Yeah.
Do you have space within your existing physical footprint to host house another 100 students and and related staff, or do you have to blow out a wall and add 2 classrooms?
No, we have a very modular sort of model, and so it can be very much worked into what our existing schedule looks like.
Are we ready for a motion from this board yet? All right.
I'd like to make a motion to approve. Sorry. I just wanted to get the exact name correct. Franklin Discovery Academy's small expansion request.
All right. Motion to approve Franklin Discovery Academy's small expansion request. Do I have a second to that motion? I'm looking to.
I would second that motion.
Thank you. So a motion from Member Spiker and a second from Vice Chair Phillips. Any further discussion? Yes, go ahead.
More just to get it on the record, and I expressed this concern independent of Franklin, specific to this, or generally to this process, and now we'll just address it specifically to Franklin, that we're very cautious and not using this to grow up year to year. And so if we do this with Franklin now, this is the one and done. There is no junior high process that's coming. Next year, we're not going to hear 8th. Like, I'm really very sensitive to that and was sensitive from the creation of this process. And so that's why I asked about the satellite. So I just really want that clearly articulated for everybody before I vote yes for this motion.
Right. That's the plan. Yeah, Vice Chair.
But it wouldn't preclude a school from coming and making a full application for a satellite or coming and making a large expansion request. Just not incremental ad infinitum.
Yeah, just a little bit each year. Right. Exactly. Okay. Additional discussion? Ready for a vote on that motion then? The motion is to approve the small satellite expansion, small expansion request for Franklin Discovery Academy. All those in favor say aye. Aye. And that, any opposed, we all said aye. So I think that is a unanimous vote. Congratulations. You have approval.
Thank you.
To expand. Now go get ice
Thank you.
cream and you can go home. Go to a movie instead. Say to your family, that meeting
Okay, I
went
guess
so
we'll
long.
get off the freeway.
I went to, I would have liked to have gone to see Twister, but that meeting just went so long.
Say, take advantage, Director Price.
Yeah.
You're just still in a meeting.
Yeah, go have a little break. That's good. All right.
Okay.
Congratulations.
All right.
Go and serve
That's good.
kids. All right. Wonderful. All right, the next one on the list then.
All right. Our next one is Uinta River High School.
And you'll make sure, just maybe a follow-up, that we get that signature from the
Yes, we will.
board chair. Thank you.
Perfect. Uinta River High School, and so they are asking to add 100 additional students, and their justification statement talks about how this is essential to meeting the increased demand, as well as alleviating some community frustrations, and it also helps them to further embed teaching culture within their Native American community. They are currently operating at capacity. They have a growing waiting list. And so the expansion would allow them to offer more students the opportunity to be able to benefit from some of those unique advantages that Uinta River High School offers. And then they listed out that would be the small class sizes, as well as personalized intervention help, and also the ability to attend school on the native lands there. So the technical piece here, as you can see, they currently serve 9th through 12th grade students, and they are at 99% enrolled, so 79 out of 80 for school year 24. That was the October 1 count. I am betting it probably bounces right there back and forth with that 80 number. And their statement from their website just says, we will hold high expectations for our students, provide them with a culturally relevant education that promotes college and career readiness, so our students will have continued success beyond graduation. And I believe that Uinta River High School was able to make it here and is able to join us at the table if you would like, Chair.
All right, thank you. Do you have questions for Uinta River, any of you? I invite you, but why sit up here if you don't? We're not going to ask questions, right? But other than that, you're welcome to join us at the table. Just in case we do, you're sure welcome to come to these end chairs on the table. That's the easiest way, just to step in. So this kind of doubles then really the current authorization, right? So my questions are around like the number on the wait list, for example. How many of those you anticipate of that 100 would fill?
So every year our wait list has been growing. Oh, sorry. And this year it's at 21. So even though it's 100, we'd like to have that as we grow into it. But we're at 21 on our waiting list right now. And we would intend to take, well, if it was the same, that many. So, but every year it's growing a little more, and the community's very frustrated. And so, and we're working with the tribe right now. The tribes want to build us a new school building, so knowing that would help push that with the tribe as well. So.
Yes, Vice Chair Phillips.
So with the exception of this year, I've been able to attend the graduation ceremonies for the last number of years, with a little bit of a hiatus on the COVID year when we were all shut down. And I've also been following closely the data that suggests that our Native American students do much better overall than they do in the district high school that is the high school of residence near Uinta River. That you guys are doing a much better job at showing pathways to the dream, right? Whatever that may be for each student. So just general academic achievement. So I would love to see the school have an increased capacity to serve students who would like to come and with kind of a growth trajectory moving forward. I know that this school also does an exceptionally good job with adult education and has had a number of adult graduates every year as well with our with the graduation. So anyway, I would throw my full support around this small expansion.
Additional comments from the board? Yeah, Mr. Biesinger.
I'm not familiar with your school, but this sounds great, and appreciate the comments from Member Phillips. I'm just wondering about, again, your facility constraints or capacity. How does that align with an expansion as far as your space and what you might need or what you already have available to you?
As of right now, we could house what's on our waiting list and some more. If my boss and I have talked about getting modulars in, but we're hoping that once we start not having angry parents going, that we have kids and there's more wanting to come, that's just going to keep the tribe. Like, the school's been drawn up, everything. Now the tribe's just trying to agree on a location is where we're at right now. But we're working with builders, and so we're hoping this will help move the tribe along. Because right now, some of their frustrations are the angry parents that don't get in.
Sure. So, but your anticipation is if this 100 students is approved, that it would be incremental over time that you'd build to that point, but you anticipate that there would be another 100 students over time that would fill that space and maybe have a new school by that point. Okay.
And do you, I'm just not familiar, but how is that? How do you anticipate that being paid for? Will that just be through like a traditional loan, or is this donated in kind by
the tribe?
Okay, well that's
because it's on tribal land. It has to be paid for by the tribe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Thanks. No, did you actually, was that a motion, Vice Chair Phillips, you made, or?
I would love to make it.
All right.
I would like to move that this board grant Uinta River the requested small expansion per the submission request to our staff.
And I'm thinking that Member Spiker wanted to second that.
Yes. Second.
So a motion from Vice Chair Phillips and a second from Member Spiker. Additional discussion? Go ahead.
I was actually just hoping we missed having them introduce themselves of who they are at the table.
we could do
And
that.
curious for that.
Sure, sure.
But then I'll,
Yeah,
if you want to call for the
absolutely.
motion.
Would
I don't
you
know.
introduce yourselves, each of you?
Hey, Luck, I'm the principal.
Lori Fitchett, the Special Education Director.
Wonderful.
And my name's Art Silva. I'm the school board chairman, girls basketball coach, and the cross-country boys and girls basketball.
Bless you.
So
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
you
so
guys
great.
don't know how much this means to our community
Yeah.
to get this advancement forward for us.
Thank you.
We have a lot of something that's not said. I work for the tribe, and I hear it from the tribal membership. You know, kids are going to these other schools, Uinta River and Union, and it's really difficult that they can't get into our school because they're struggling in the school that they're in. They don't have the extra help from the teachers that we provide for them, so.
And I suspect probably friends too. It's nice to have friends together in the same school as well, family.
Can I just say that
Yes.
being the special ed director, when I very first started, we had about 8 students. This year we have 21. About a quarter of our students are on IEPs. So we spend that time with these students to help them, literally. When I've had aides about ready to give up because they put their all into helping these students. And I can attest to that myself.
I'm sure you can. The paperwork alone is staggering, isn't it? Yeah. But thank you for doing it and taking good care of them. Thank you for that. Yeah. And it's the Ute tribe, right? We're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah.
The Ute tribe. Yeah. So great. Yeah. My brother-in-law worked for the Ute tribe for some time, so we have a special affinity. The only word I know in Ute is not one I will say here. So. So we'll go from there. All right, there's a motion and a second on the table to approve the 100-student small expansion for Uinta River High School. All those in favor of that motion say aye. 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 All right, unanimous. Congratulations. Go and serve your community. Help your kids. Thank you all. Yeah.
We pulled in the driveway just as.
Well, you're so great.
Car accident and a lot of traffic come up.
Where, up by Daniel Summit or down?
Came through Daniels and
They just
down
got
Harley's.
cleared up when we were
Aha.
walking through, so that helped.
Oh, wow.
Thank you.
Thank you. Drive safely. You can tell people it was a long meeting too and go do something else. All right, that's good. That's a good idea. Thank you. All right, we're at the Utah Military Academy. That's one I really know well. That's cool.
Thank you, Chair. All right, Utah Military Academy, they are requesting for their small expansion to add 6th grade. And as far as their justification statement, they said that over the years, many families have desired to enroll their incoming 6th grade student, and that a key aspect of this is that many elementary schools go through 5th grade, meaning that a student could possibly enroll in 3 schools in 3 consecutive years, depending on where they are at and just their education choices.
So meaning in the surrounding area, they have that middle school grade band.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. So as far as their technical piece here, for the LEA, because Utah Military Academy has both the Camp Williams as well as the Hill Air Force Base locations, they have an LEA total of 1,200 students, and they sit at about 75% enrolled for school year 24, which was that 906. And then they're serving students in 6th through 12th grade. And so it says building tomorrow's leaders today. Did I put the right grade there? No, I think I put the wrong grade. Sorry. I believe they currently serve 7th through 12th grade. So I will update our slides. And they're hoping to add 6th grade. So I will adjust that real quick.
6th grade at both campuses?
Yes, correct. Yep.
Okay.
And we do have their director here as well.
And it's at the table if you'd like. All of these are empty seats. Pick one you like, and we'd love to have you. So at both campuses. So, but the Hill Air Force Base campus the schools around it are not in a middle school band. They are.
It's 7-9.
Yeah, 7-9, right? But maybe at Camp Williams, Jordan School District, that would apply there more, right?
That would be the case down there. From our perspective is that, we generally bring in families. So it's kind of remarkable, we're not necessarily enrolling one child, in each family unit, we're enrolling 2 to possibly 4 children within the program, multiple grades. And part of the issue is the idea of offering and allowing a 6th grade attendance there. From our perspective it completes, oh, by the way, I'm Bill Orris.
Thank you, Bill.
Yeah, I'm a service superintendent of schools with it. I'm a Florida guy, brought over to Utah, but love it, love being here and love the opportunity. But what we found is that it just makes us, I believe, a much more complete and comprehensive program that's consistent with a lot of middle school programs with it. The 6th grade, traditionally is a transitional phase for a lot of kids with it. They don't want to be treated like elementary kids in a self-contained classroom. They want to have choice. They want to have activities. They want to participate in sports with it. And the remarkable thing about Utah Military Academy is the absolute spread or sprawl of activities and sports that we provide with that along the line. So I think it meets the needs, certainly developmental needs of the 6th grade student along that line. In doing research, we find that the 6th graders yearn for independence. They're tired of being treated like little kids. They want to have transitional time going between classes. They want to have their own wall locker. They want to be treated more like young adults with it. And so we believe that this does help provide for that niche developmental component as well. We have a robust college preparatory curriculum. This allows 6th grade students to basically be exposed to teachers who are otherwise teaching AP courses, for example, with it. So they're going to be exposed to just a different cut and different type of teacher than if they were, again, in an elementary self-contained piece with it. And not denigrating those professionals, I just feel is like, wow, now you get the opportunity to get instructional material from people that are really doing serious business and preparing young people for college and beyond with it. As mentioned earlier, we sit at about, we're a great 900 kid school program, great with it. We've been authorized 1,200. I build my budget on 900. This year it looks like we're going to open up at 1,000. So, it's a very positive perspective going forward, but that's always been our short pole, 1,000. And how do we get beyond that? Capacity is never a good reason for expansion because typically school districts, in my experience, would basically look, where do we have space? So we're going to create a 6th grade program there because we got space over there. I don't ever want to use that as a rationale. What I want to use is the idea that I think we can provide, again, a remarkable opportunity for these younger students to get into a program where they're being exposed to, I think, a great category of students that we typically have there who are basically focused on, going into the service or the service academies and to college programs with that. One thing that there is a problem for us, but not necessarily a major one, is how do you do ROTC for little kids? Because the Air Force won't let them join the program, so what do you do with them? Well, remarkably, America right now has what's called the National Middle School Cadet Corps has been established. And this program's out of Texas, but what they do is it's been accepted, their curriculum of leadership and character development has been accepted by many school districts across the country. None in Utah, but Mesa, Arizona School District uses their program. About a dozen school districts in Florida use their program in order to provide the junior ROTC experience for 6th, 7th, and 8th graders with it. Air Force, they let us put 8th graders in there, but again, the 7th graders are kind of like a missing link that we provide our own developed, via Canvas program of leadership and, again, character development. So our alignment with this particular program, which is, again, a very robust program, I think is a win for these younger students.
How many do you anticipate, Bill, would?
My goal is, I think that I can bring in 50 per campus, and that's the limit I want to establish. There are 100 total for our LEA.
All right, excellent. Yes, please, Vice Chair Phillips.
Besides all the good arguments you've already made, I wanted to point out that it is very typical for a private school to have as their secondary education configuration a 6th through 12th grade, and to fashion the curriculum around that middle school component of 6 through 8, and then that high school component of 9 through 12. So that's many different, sort of strands of curricula are designed with precisely those grade configurations in mind. So and now we hear that the young cadets are as well, and so that fits along with your program. So I'm inclined to support this.
Developmentally, it makes sense.
Yeah,
Yeah, those ages. A big difference between a kindergartner and a 6th grader, if you're in an elementary school. Big difference.
Still out of somebody said y'all lost connection?
It came back on.
Okay, because Jerry says everything looks good now, so.
Thank you. Thank you for checking in with us. Thank you. All right, additional discussion? Anyone? Questions? Do I have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to approve Utah Military Academy's request for a 6th grade addition. Would that be the right? Small expansion to 6th grade, or to add 6th grade?
Yeah. Okay, a motion to approve the request to add 6th grade at Utah Military Academy. A second to that motion.
I'd like to second that motion.
And a second from Vice Chair Phillips. Any additional discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. 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 Passes unanimously, so go serve those 6th graders. Yeah.
We shall.
Good.
Tomorrow?
Next year.
Next year, but we have to do that to get all the funding in place for you, so we don't say, sorry, you can take them, but we have no money. So this way, you'll be funded.
That's great. That's great. No, I sincerely appreciate the enlightened decision and support in this matter here. I think we have a great school system.
You do.
That's constantly improving.
Yeah, you have to know that that's why we feel supportive as well. If that was not true, we wouldn't be. So we certainly are. So thank you.
Thank you again.
Thank you. All right, Wasatch Waldorf. On yours?
We have Vanguard on there, but Vanguard was last. There's kind of a special, like a explanation about Vanguard, so we put them last.
On my agenda, that Marie gives me a cheat sheet, just so you know. So on my cheat sheet, it says Wasatch Duck. So I didn't mean to skip Vanguard, so I'm glad you called me to it, because I very well could have skipped an item, so.
Chair,
Yeah.
I just want to make a disclosure if I
Yes,
could.
please.
Again, I know I'm not going to be voting on this, but just because I want to build the right habits, I would declare what I think should be considered a conflict with Wasatch. That is a school that in my career we we have worked with and anticipate working with on, a facility component to their expansion. So I guess I could just use the protocol. Do I stay quiet and stay in the room? Do I leave the room? I want to understand.
Stay with us. You don't need to step out at all. And if we have financial questions about their viability, we'll ask you. I think that probably won't happen, but we'll comment.
But I just
want to make sure I'm. Thank you for disclosing it. I think we've made that a practice so that we're always transparent in that. So that's why I made sure I pointed out 2 students of mine. That's why Rebecca earlier noted one, why Vice Chair Phillips noted one. So thank you for doing the same. All right, go ahead, Murray.
Thank you. All right, we have Wasatch Waldorf and their small expansion request, and I believe that they're joining us online. This is Chair Johnson, and I'm not sure who else is joining from the school, but I know Director Merchant is out of town, and so she was able to make sure that some of her team could join us. With their request, I put 50 to 60. I just wanted to clarify on that. As we were reading through their request, they said that they wanted to increase their max enrollment from 640 students to 690, which would be the 50 students. And then later on, as they were writing their justification, as they went through, they were explaining about their class sizes and how that works and moving over the next 4 years. And they spoke about 15 additional students per year for 4 years, which, if my math is correct, would be 60 students. I did teach first grade, so I always try to double check with everyone. So we can confirm that with the school, but both 60, 50, somewhere in there would fall under our definition of a small expansion request. As far as their explanation beyond that, they were talking about in their justification statement how their school they felt like their existing grade configuration of K through 8 had an initial enrollment that was unevenly distributed across the grades. And so for the past 8 years, they've been working to even that distribution so that the number of students and classes for each grade remains steady. They've also been working to reduce class sizes, and they cite that they had class sizes at 30 to 32 students, and they've worked to get those down to 25 to 26 students, which has led to a slightly lower enrollment, which they were planning on. And so, again, they would like to continue this trend towards the 3 smaller classes per grade. And so then they would need to increase that enrollment annually for those next 4 years to have those 3 classes per grade, K through 8, which is where that additional 15 students per year over the next 4 years. And so they would like to be approved at this point for that overall increase of the 50 to 60 students so that they can align and continue those plans. They feel like it aligns with their pedagogical and strategic goals, and that it will allow them to continue to plan and provide additional space and begin housing those additional classes. They did cite that their interest remains strong, retention is strong, which additionally justifies the increase. As far as their technical pieces, they do serve students in K through 8, and even with those changes that they've made, they've maintained about 98% enrollment for school year 24, which was 625 students out of the 640. Their mission is creative thinkers and engaged citizens. And I was confirming with the director here that we did have the board chair's signature missing. It was just the wrong copy that she sent over. And so Chair Johnson can also confirm that this has been discussed by the board and is something they are seeking. And the director will make sure that we get the right copy as well.
Wonderful, thank you. So we are going to address you. So Anne, would you talk about a couple of things? One, just confirm that yes, that is something your board wants to do, because we like these to be board driven. The board does want to do it. And then will you secondly, because if we submit a request for an expansion, we'd like to say this number, just say somewhere in this ballpark. So is it 50, 60? Talk to us for a little bit.
I'm not sure why Emily's total didn't quite line up, but we were planning on getting up to that 690 mark, and would really appreciate that being considered.
Wonderful. And it is something the board wants to move forward with, right? Yeah.
Yes, the board has voted on this and asked Emily to submit this application. And I did sign that, so I'm very, very sorry that you received the wrong copy.
That's right. We'll get it. We know where you live. We'll make
Yep.
sure we've got it. So it'll be all okay. All right. So maybe the best way is just even confirm that number so that when we have to
Okay.
still submit these to the State Board of Education, these requests, so they go through
Sure,
another
yeah.
round. So we'll,
Yeah, the number,
yeah, go ahead.
I think why the number doesn't match is our goal is our budget goal for next year is 635. So adding the additional students would be in the following 3 school years. So the 690 will get us there. We aren't planning on adding any students next year. Graduating out our 8th graders, we do have 75 kindergarten students coming in and a smaller 8th grade going out. So we're still within our 640 currently, but would really like to grow that so that our children can enjoy the smaller classroom sizes, and we can have 3 teachers per grade versus 2.
And I always like that too. When you have the opportunity to have smaller class sizes, it's one of the things that charters can do that is a great advantage for families. All right. So, any discussion, board members? Member Spiker.
So to confirm, I'm hearing 50. Well, I'm hearing, because the number is 690, even though they're at like 635, so they want 50 more seats if they're currently at 640 and want to be approved to 690.
Authorized at 640 and would like to move
To 690 as their total, so I think that's we're authorizing another 50 seats. Okay, and then I just wanted to comment that this is exciting because we just previously voted to review a potential high school, Waldorf High School. And so if you're seeking more numbers, that's a good sign for the high school that we talked to earlier, that there's a potential for more enrollment for them as well. So just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, thank you so much. Additional discussion? Are we ready for a motion? Someone will take a turn. Member Spiker?
I keep looking over at Member Cisneros and making googly eyes at her, googly motion eyes, and it's, Okay, so I would like to make a motion to approve Wasatch Waldorf's small expansion request of 50 students.
All right, so a motion to approve the 50 additional students for Wasatch Waldorf. Do I have a second to that motion?
I apologize, I don't recognize motion googly eyes. Nobody's made googly eyes at me in about 30 years, so I'm out of practice. You have to do like Meister Phillips. You have to just stare at me. I get that. On that very inappropriate note, that seems to be my brand. I will second that.
All right, so a motion from Member Spiker and minus googly eyes, still a second from Member Cisneros. Do we need additional discussion? All right, I'm ready to take a vote. All those in favor of the motion, which is to approve the 50 additional student requests from Wasatch Waldorf, say aye. Aye. Unanimous again. So you are approved, Wasatch Waldorf, from our step. I keep saying you're approved, go forth and do, but really they have one more step, but it's usually, do they have to go to the state board? Yeah.
Usually consent agenda.
But it's, yeah, it shouldn't be difficult. Yeah, we haven't yet had. Oh, that's not now anymore.
Oh,
Go
that's right.
forth and serve.
That's right.
Well, they just have to update their charter agreement.
Right, right.
Forth and do well.
Okay.
Thank you. Serve those
We'll do
kids.
that.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Yes, please.
So just wanted a point of order, because I know Member Biesinger, this is your first, walk in this position. So in our bylaws, in section 6, D, it's under meetings in D, basically, if there is an actual conflict of interest, a potential or actual, potential meaning, you know, you're in negotiation with School X and we're about to vote, between the state charter school board member's personal or representational interests and his or her public duties, it shall be disclosed in open meeting to the members, and that state charter school board member, this is when there's an actual conflict, shall not participate in any discussion or consideration of that matter or vote on that matter. And for some of us, when we've had that big actual conflict, we have left the room just because it's easier, because we might give googly eyes and not even know we're giving googly eyes, right? So just because, you know, our faces and our interests and whatever, you know, and so an individual who has an actual conflict can have, even without discussing, can sometimes have an impact on the members around them. And so I know that when I had that conflict a year ago, I left the room.
Yeah.
But those matters which create the appearance of a conflict or imply such, but are not necessarily, as we've disclosed today, yesterday and today, where we know someone, but there's no financial or other. Yes, that we just disclose so that the board can think about it. They may disagree that it isn't a conflict and say, we think that's actually a conflict that would require you not to be a participant. But most of the time, we can tell the difference, but always we disclose. And then our other process is we have a sheet that we sign each year, or at any time when we become conflicted in the course of, you know, between annual disclosures, that we can add to conflicts of interest that are known to us always. And then others of them come up in the meeting that we're unprepared for, that create the appearance and just need disclosure, or that create a situation where we must become non-participants. So I just wanted to make sure. So we actually really refined that about 8 years ago to make sure that we had really good conflict of interest laws in our bylaws.
Well, thank you so much, Vice Chair Phillips. It's good that housekeeping is important, and it's important to us to be very transparent in the work that we do, so that's important. All right, our last small expansion request is Vanguard Academy.
Thank you, Chair. And I apologize that it was a little out of order. Just wanting to explain, how we got here. And
thank you for doing it even without being asked. You're good students. Thanks.
Fantastic. And to Member Cisneros' point earlier about stacking small expansion requests, we wanted to explain why Vanguard is here again, because they did receive a small expansion request last year, and so we wanted to talk about that. And so last year, if you recall from the process and where we were at, we had been working with the USBE to establish the small expansion process. And we were a little off of schedule because we were trying to take care of it ahead of October 1. And so we were able to hear from schools in September. And so at that point, the definition of a small expansion was limited to 50 students. And following that meeting, our representative, board member Carrie, asked about why we limited that to 50. And we reminded them that that was the USBE board rule where that definition came from. And board member Carrie encouraged that we should revisit that with the USBE and make some updates to those definitions. That then happened following October 1. And so that went through law and licensing and through the full State Board of Education. And that rule was updated in, I believe, November or December, and then went into effect, I think, in January. And so that's when that change to the definition happened that allowed up to 100 students under the definition of a small expansion. And so when Vanguard reached out, they expressed that they had, received that small expansion last year of 50 students. Really, that 100 students would have been the helpful thing. That's what they really need with their wait list, with the amount of students they have, with the space there. And so they were just kind of exploring options to see if they could request that additional 50 students and kind of more the intent of the definition where it landed, recognizing that, after this year, then that would not continue to be an option to, keep stacking those small expansion requests, but to essentially bring them to where the definition is currently and where that definition changed a few months after their approval last year. And so Director Kramer and I were able to talk about that and brought it to the executive committee and put it on the agenda. Of course, that is something for the board to consider today. But that is the reason that you are hearing from them last year and this year. They're seeking those additional 50 students to bring it up to a total of 100.
Yeah.
Just a quick additional thing. The other schools that were in the similar situation, that our office did reach out to those other schools to see if they had a similar request, and we didn't get a response from any of them, so.
So we did discuss it as executive committee and said it should go on the agenda. We thought that that was a compelling reason and that we wanted to be fair with everyone so that if anyone else wanted to fit within that definition, they should have an equal opportunity. But as you've just heard from Director Kramer, no one else reached out to do it. Now, that wouldn't mean because 100 was allowed and we approved just 50, for example, today for Wasatch Waldorf, they wouldn't come back next year and ask for 50 more because they were allowed a full 100 today. And but Vanguard wasn't allowed a full 100, though they wanted a full 100 before, and we limited them. So just to be fair, it really becomes fair for all schools to allow this request, for us to consider the request today. Yes.
And then Chair, if I may, just other compelling pieces here. We did pull their number for the October 1 from the last school year, and they were sitting at 103% enrolled. So even with that request that they received, they were sitting at 568 students out of 550. And they are serving students in grades 7 through 12. As you know, they have a mission to help empower students in college and careers with exceptional math, science, and leadership skills, inspired by music and a passion for learning, and are one of our higher performing charter high schools. So,
Yes, Vice Chair Phillips.
I absolutely think there's justification to grant this request. And one of the things I have appreciated that staff has done over the last year is to ensure that whenever there is a situation where an administrative or rule change, which, and in that process, there's sometimes a window of uncertainty that negatively affects the school through no fault of anyone, involved, not the USB, not us, not our staff, that they've gone back and really tried to ensure that there is sort of equity, and as Chair Bowles said, that we're acting in a fair manner. And one of the things we did that with, just as an example of the precedent that's been set by our staff to do that, would be when there were a few schools caught in an uncertain administrative window related to their provision of online services. And we went back as a staff and made sure that everyone was treated fairly there who had requested and may have been denied on technicalities that were either not fair or not clear or not equally applied. And so I applaud that effort, because one of the things that we never want to lose is our credibility and our actual and appearance of support for our schools as well. And so that equity that we're providing, that opportunity for anyone, one person applies 1 month and gets that, another person applied 2 weeks before and doesn't. That's not right? So, and especially when it's what we call, because to the shock of everyone, I've been a certified high school basketball ref. We call those kind of things. I'm good, but listen, I'm just old. That's all there is. But we call those in basketball correctable errors. Correctable errors. Anytime you can go back when a poor call has been made or there's been a misunderstanding and there's a correctable error, then you make it. That's just the rule. That's the referee rule. So in that regard, I think that we're also justified in saying a school came in good faith. They were caught in a weird window. They really needed the 100 last year. It's nice that we can we can implement a correctable error. So I'm very much in support.
I'm glad City doesn't have a whistle in the meeting.
That's next one.
I got this.
All right. So discussion. Well, I think we, just for our records and minutes, those who are sitting at the table, we know you, but please just introduce yourselves anyway so that we make sure that we.
Okay, I'm Joy Palmer. I've been up here a lot. I'm curriculum director and one of the founders of Vanguard. So.
Thank you, Joy. And Debbie.
I'm Debbie Llewellyn. I'm a board member at Vanguard Academy, and I also serve on the board's procurement oversight committee.
Thank you. Yeah.
For so many
So
reasons,
good.
right?
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Some discussion or a motion relative to Vanguard?
I picked up the googly eyes this time, so I will make the motion. I'm a quick study. Okay, so I will make a motion to approve Vanguard Academy small expansion request, giving them an additional 50 students.
All right. A motion to approve Vanguard Academy's request for 50 additional students. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
And a second from Member Spiker, initial motion from Member Cisneros. Any additional? Yes, of course.
I noticed in the application, I just want to make sure that all the paperwork's right. As I was reading that, in my notes, I wrote 100 additional students. Because I either misread that or it's in that application. I just want to make sure the paperwork matches our motion. Because and again, I may have mistaken in my notes, but if it was an original request for 100 and we only granted 50, that's fine.
That's exactly what it was. Yeah.
Yeah, there. What was
That's
that?
great.
We've got the smart TVs in a lot of the rooms, so the cameras can
show everything. Oh, that's Charles, isn't it?
Sorry.
Isn't that Charles?
It does make the center of attention. So sorry.
But I really do like the orderliness and cleanliness of that office. Can I just say that speaks to my heart right there? Absolutely. Loving it.
So we suspect that originally they were requesting 100, but the 50, we held them to 50 last year, and now this is the additional 50. It will have been over this time a 100 student expansion.
Yeah, the documentation that I'm seeing that we posted was, it says that it's for between 50 to 100 students as far as the definition. And then what I believe either Director Reynolds or Chair Freeman wrote in was that it is the 50 additional students.
All right.
Thank you.
So we have the motion correct. It's 50, and we'll make sure all the paperwork aligns with that. Any additional discussion? Yes, Member Cisneros.
I had the privilege of going to I just want to echo what Vice Chair Phillips was saying about Uinta River, and I had the privilege of going to Vanguard's graduation in May, June, whenever we all graduated. And what an honor it was to see those kids and see the need. But what's kind of exciting and that I was a little bit jealous of at Salt Lake Community College's graduation was dominated by Vanguard. And I'm sitting there as itinerarists going, wait, this is our community partner. They had banners and signs and balloons, and half the stadium was Vanguard Academy. And I thought, good for them. And so what an honor to be able to allow that just much more students be able to take advantage of a really awesome program that they're helping. But then to go to their graduation, they had just as many kids finish CTE pathways, just as many kids get other types of certifications, kids going into all different types of post-secondary pathways. And so really when their mission says for pretty much what those kids want to do post-secondary, they're putting good with what they say they're doing in their mission and watching the diversity of kids going out into the world just ready to go. It was very, very, very cool to watch that happen.
Thank you for adding that. Thank you for doing that. Yeah. All right. Not seeing additional discussion, so I think we're ready for a vote on the motion. The motion is to approve Vanguard Academy's request for 50 additional students. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, and that was unanimous again, right? All right, so go serve 50 more kids.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Joyce added Latin curriculum this year too.
Yes, we added Latin. We've been talking with Mazer, and
I am
they've been very
thrilled
helpful.
beyond measure. That's wonderful.
It's going to be
Yeah.
great.
Cindy also teaches Latin in addition to carrying a whistle. So if basketball and Latin and Greek.
We say optime. That's what we say to that. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you.
Terrific. Thanks
really
for
good.
sharing that.
Yes, thank you.
All right. So, following Member Cisneros' reminder that Robert's rules say when we come to the end of the agenda, we've completed all items.
One quick comment on the
Oh,
startup.
yes, of
Sorry.
course. And I was going to say, unless there's an objection, which sounds like there is, Director Kramer.
Just with small school expansion, just a reminder to the hard work that this board did in the past year to, and also the board rule, which extended more flexibility with funds. And so I was kind of calculating, there is a multiplier for the per pupil, but we just also granted between $210,000 and $250,000 to those small school expansions with the work that this board did last fiscal year. So I think that's a resource that each one of those schools, I think, will appreciate as they go through their expansion.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you for doing that. Yeah, absolutely. All right, so end of our agenda, 2 days worth, not only us, but Debbie, sitting through 2 days worth of meetings. We appreciate your hard work, your focus, your concentration, your preparation for the meetings. Everyone came well prepared. We appreciate it, and that you were here and contributed. It makes such a difference in the way we do it, in addition to that we are here ready for the meeting. So thank you all so much for your work. You deserve to go to a movie and get ice cream now too, all of you. So we stand adjourned until our next meeting, which is September 12th. Get that on your calendar, September 12th. You remember the day after September 11th, September 12th, we're together. All right? See you then.
Thank you. Thank you, Barry. Great meeting.
Thank you all. Good to be with you.
So nice. This was a baptism by fire, sir.